Hey, everybody out there in YouTube land. This is amateur artist Martin D. Chandler coming to get you once again live from Manland. Now, I don't know where the external's at. That's the only thing it don't tell you. Let's see. Links. Go down here to links. Y'all hang on. We'll try to get somebody in here. We're going to keep this a very short live broadcast here. Promise you. There's a YouTube page. Here is the video embed. So let's go to the YouTube page, right click, copy. Let's open up a new tab. Nope, got Facebook open. And we will do here and here and here. I should have had all this ready to go, but that's okay. I'm learning. Hit enter. When I hit paste, it's supposed to do it automatically. All right, now I got to go here and hit. Here. I should have had all this. Wow, and it's backwards. Okay. All right, learning. Hitting mute. There we go. Now I can play. There's an external up there, so I can see that now. It's not opening two different windows. I lost my Google Hangout. There it is right there. Okay, now. Yeah, I know it's me. All right, here we go. Hey, we got 3 viewers already. Who's watching? Oh, you ain't. Mrs. Manland's not even watching. I can't believe this, man. Me own wife will not watch Mr. Manland. She's usually the person who watches the external to let me know what's going on out there, y'all. I will try to share this thing in case somebody wants to jump in. I'm gonna keep this very, very quick. Like less than an hour or so, because there's other people that got live chat. No, Mountain Man 1478's got one coming up. Encourage y'all to go to watch him and his live chat. I know. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I try to make it entertaining as possible. So I'm going to try to give an actual opportunity for you to get in here on this particular live event. We're testing this thing out because sometime tomorrow, I'll figure it out later on. I'm off tomorrow. We're going to have a live chat. We're going to try to keep it quick as well. We don't want something like 3, 4, 10,000 hours. Just sit there and just have a good time. This is going to be the very first official Manland. We're going to get on there and talk about these things. So I don't want to post this on a public link because last time Mark from Scout and Free did this right here, we had a troll to pop in there, and you know, I cuss a lot, y'all. Okay, I try not to do that on live chats, but this fellow right here was a little bit vulgar. He used words that, well, he used some words. And I tell you what we're gonna do. I am on Facebook right now. Let me go to the external right now. My wife's on the phone. What? All right, Youper Digger is there. All right, Youper. All right, man. I'm sorry, man. I just went to the external. And I do not mean to butcher your name up. Sask Green, 13th man. Sask Green. Man, that sounded like I just ate some persimmons trying to say your name. Sask Green. Okay. Something of that nature. All right. Appreciate y'all being here. Let's see here. I'm getting ready to do this thing officially tomorrow. I don't really know how to share this thing unless I do it on Google. Let me share this right here. G+. This is all unprepared here. Who was that? Kevin acting up. Ooh, live now. See, typing in. This is for Google Plus. Live now, but only BUTT. But let's see if they understand that. Hit share. See here now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. Where is my external? There it is right there. Got to scroll back up. Now, here we go. Oh, Charlie Rock. There he is. If anybody out there who happened, there's Alan. There's Alan. What's up, Alan? Yeah. All right. Oh, Sask. Hold on. Sask Green. 13th man. I got 13th man. Say perfect again if I say it correctly. There's like a 15-second to a minute delay. Sask Green. 13th man. So if I said it correctly, type perfect again. That'll work. The only way I know how to share this link right here, if you guys and gals want to get in on it, is through Facebook. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, y'all. If there's a possibility you want to get, I'm gonna keep this thing under an hour. We're just playing around with it till telephone rings. Everybody's got traumatization going on right now. The kids are acting up. The popo's trying to come over here and arrest everybody. That type of thing. Hello, Woodmans. Who was that? Would y'all like to hear me answer the telephone for real? I tell you what's gonna ring again. I know it is. I'm trying to be polite. Oh, let me let Mrs. Manley go by here. Now. Oh, there's Donnie Pavellini. Now, Donnie, ain't you friend with me on Facebook, man? If y'all somebody wants to be in there, Youper, I'll be in there. Okay, Youper, are you friends with me on Facebook? That's the only way I know to share the link right now. Anybody who's on Facebook or has me on Facebook, if you'll send me that so-called little message doohickey thing on Facebook, I'll send you the link for this Google hookup. Oh Lord, there's persimmons in Persimmonville tonight. They acting up. I tell you what. All right, y'all. Manland says, say something. Manland? Oh, that's me. Oh, never mind, y'all. It says Manland, say something. Okay, I'll say something. Dadgummit, he keeps telling me to say something. Let me say something here. Let me type it in. SOMETHING. Now, I said something. What is that? I hear a freaking tickle. What? Oh, Donnie's calling me. Okay. Hit answer. Answer. How do I answer? I hit answer, right? Yeah. This may be a phone call within a phone call. Use your camera microphone allowed. I don't know. Is it going to knock me off this live chat, or is this Donnie Pavellini, or is it going to share? I don't know. It might be. Hello. 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 Oh. What? I just lost it. Where'd it go? I got too many windows open. Video chat. Hit accept your camera. Okay. Now I wonder if it's going to split the two. I don't know which one's actually operating here. Connection lock. Donnie, man, I'm using my webcam, and I got my secondary built-in Toshiba webcam on the laptop. So I don't know if it's going to let me talk to you while I'm doing this live chat here or not.
If you want to call him back, you just call him through Messenger.
All right, now he says he's calling again. Hold on, Donnie, just give me a second. Let me hit the answer button. Now, I don't know nothing about this stuff, man. I just graduated from 12th grade. I just don't know. Oh, it says it's connecting. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Says it's still connecting. Y'all stay tuned here. I think we got Donnie Pavellini, but I don't think y'all can see him. I don't know. It might work. I tell you what, this Google technology is Google. I think that's why they call it Google. Nobody understands it but Google. Connection lost. All right. Evidently, it's not going to let me talk to Donnie direct through this outside chat. Oh, I got another. Now, which one am I looking at here now? Hit that button. Hold on, Donnie. I done lost the daggum doodly. The diggly doogly. Where is it? Where's my diggly doogly? Oh, Facebook. All right, hit answer. I'm not hitting decline, Donnie. I'm hitting answer. 3 times the charm. Now, see, there's your icon, and it says connecting, and it's showing my little icon down here, so I'm transmitting. And see which. There he is. Let's see. And all right, it's using my Toshiba webcam to talk to you, and I'm doing the live Google thing here through the actual Intel webcam. That's wild.
Bobby, go to hell, Mark. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I
Let's go
can
now.
hear you. Well, you was calling me private calling here, and I didn't know if this thing's gonna work or not. Hold on. Yep, that's what it is. It's my laptop webcam that's got me talking to you on a. Y'all can't see Donnie, I don't think. No, I know you can't. He's talking to me.
Maybe I got to talk for something other.
Now, what it is you call me through Facebook, and I'm on Google. I'm on an actual live chat right now.
Well, what the hell I got to do then? I got to go to Google?
Here's what you got to do. We got to close this out, but not right now. Not until I explain. I don't know. I'm new to this. Send me a private message through Facebook. Somewhere on that little side list that shows my name with a green light means I'm on. Just send me a message, and then I'll send you the link to be able to hook up to Google Plus for the live chat.
All right, do I do that? Do I do that through Messenger or what? On Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook. Are you on your laptop?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Like I say, I don't know what I'm doing, y'all, but I do believe that what you do is you send me a link through Facebook, that messenger thing through Facebook, then I can post the link directly to you through Facebook, and it'll take you to Google Hangouts, and you hit OK and all that blah, blah, blah stuff there. Then you get on Google. And
so what do I do? I just go ahead and just open the messenger thing up?
Yeah.
And just
go away, boy. You bother me.
Gibberish?
Now, let's see here. I don't know. All right, now you message. Now you message me. Now let me figure out what I gotta do. All right, where's my Google thingy at here? All right, there's Google Hangouts. I assume that this is the link right here, Donnie. We're gonna try this.
Okay.
I'm taking the actual link from my actual Google doohickey thing here.
Okay.
Yep. I just enlarged it. I don't mind being enlarged, but not right now. All right.
I heard that. That's
now,
what she said.
Yeah. Now here is I got way too many windows open here. All right, there's Facebook. There's your message. I'm gonna print that. Right click, hit paste, and then I hit enter. Right? Yeah. All right, now that link that I sent you, I think will get you into Google. So before we disconnect before we disconnect, you click that and tell me what it's doing.
It's connecting me, man, to the Hangout page. It says install Hangout plugin. Well, shit, I need to do that on my cell phone because I ain't got the microphone on my computer.
Oh,
I'm gonna do it from my phone, so I'm gonna have to get off of this here, Mark.
okay.
I know what to do.
So you've been using your cell phone the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at my computer for the comments.
Right,
You know?
for the external.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. All right. So do that, and
So
if it doesn't work, send me a message on the external there, and I'll try to send you another link if I can figure it out.
I'll do it. Bye.
10-4. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, that right there was Donnie Pavellini of Donnie Pavellini Outdoors. If y'all don't know who he is, y'all are definitely behind the times. That right there is a friend of mine from down there in the Gulfport, Biloxi area. I'm not going to zero in exactly where he lives. If you want to know where he lives, you ask him direct. But he's down on the Gulf Coast. All right. Hey, Woodsman, man, I hate that you're getting out of here right now. Anybody else? Facebook. Hold on now. Let me get back to Facebook here. I see another message. Confirm.
Hey, Mark.
There we go. I hear somebody. Let me find out where it's at. Got too many got too many windows open here. There he is. Now Donnie is here on the Google, the actual chat deal thing here. Whatever you call it.
That's it. I'm live at 5.
All right, Donnie, I'm gonna let you hold it. Let you host the show here while I go take a wee. I gotta go wee, man. Wee.
Okay. Well, hello, all you YouTube fellas out there in YouTube land. This is amateur bushcrafter Donnie Pavlini coming to you live from Biloxi, Mississippi. And may I just give a quick shout out to the ladies. Ashante, senoritas, to all you fine looking fillies out there. And I just about run out of material. So, Miss Kathy, what you cooking for supper?
We just ate some pork chops while ago. I got to go into work tonight at 10 o'clock.
Hey, boy, what you doing?
Nothing.
You know what? You just completed my day, son. I said to myself all day long, I really need to see something ugly. And here you are. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Good? Well, y'all get rained out at school today, or?
No.
It's fixing to pour down heavy down here.
The hell are y'all doing? Get up out of my chair. Get up, get up, get up. You got your own damn YouTube channel. Go find your own chat.
That's right.
Donnie.
Tell that little BB head to get out. Tell that little BB head to go back to his room.
There you go. You heard him. He said BB head.
Talking to you.
Okay.
You guys go wrong.
Hey, Donnie. This little fellow right here has been having a fit, wanting to know when the VOO is going to be going back on.
Yeah.
Back in October. Uh-oh. You cut out.
Back in October.
We're going to assume around 16th, 17th, 18th, whatever that weekend happened to fall on.
Yep.
Somewhere there.
Second weekend.
And we've got some extra folks. Mrs. Manland's ex-husband wants to be there. He's seen the video. He got all excited. That's his dad.
Well, that's
his new stepmom. They're going to get them an 8-man tent. And you know what that means, Donnie.
Dang.
That means the kids are going to be in their tent, and I get to spend the night with my wife.
Hell yeah.
I won't have my fist around his back again.
That's right. No, or your knee.
Well, he slept pretty good, even though you had your fist in his back.
That was not me, y'all.
That was you.
That was not me.
Yeah, it was.
Everybody says, we heard you snoring. And I said, no, I got about 30 seconds worth of sleep the entire night. I think it was Mike. Mike, that's right. Crash Bushcraft, y'all. It was Crash Bushcraft.
Lord. That boy, he can snore now. Mike can snore, son, as soon as he hits the pillar.
I do believe that Mike of Crash Bushcraft has some very serious competition now. And I'm not speaking of myself, but there's a new channel out there that shares my last name.
Now cat's out the bag.
I've got not only video proof. I've had the Earthquake Center call me trying to find out what type of tremors are happening here in South Mississippi.
I attest to that. That was not me.
Yeah, you didn't hear nothing, did you, Kathy? You were sleeping.
That's right.
I was sleeping and I don't snore.
That's why I can also say I never snore, because I never heard myself.
Me neither.
That's right.
I don't believe all them dang lies say.
When somebody's talking on here, you got to be quiet so they can hear them. You understand? This is like a live video chat here, but there's like millions and billions and billions of people watching. How many people got watching right now?
He's trying to get him a girlfriend through the YouTube's what he's trying to do.
Oh, yeah. We've been trying to hook him up with we got to give him a job first.
Who?
Yeah.
You. A job,
Yeah.
boy.
Dadgum right. Dadgum right. I see he's finally starting to learn how to cook a little bit. He's starting.
Donnie, for some reason, you cut out, brother.
No, he didn't.
Yes, it is. You don't hear him talking?
Told you. He's a cell phone.
Hold on here. Let me hit this button right here.
See, right there.
He froze up. You see his picture, but he froze up. Donnie Pavellini, Donnie Pavellini Outdoors. Unfortunately, just froze up. So we got to keep the chat here going. By the way, do you mind removing yourself from my seat?
No.
Get your ass up, boy. We're going to see a live beating right here on live chat.
Okay.
Up.
What you want?
Yeah, come on now.
You gotta get it from my cold dead body.
All right, you asked for it.
Kevin, are you wanting to watch it too? What? The chat.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sitting on this kid over here, and he's not
Cook
very.
now, ain't he?
Help me, Donnie.
You on your own, bud. Come on, man.
Come on.
This is my no. Get
I'll
up.
tell you how to do it. Go get your tablet. No. And you can click on and watch it.
You can get in on the chat if you want to. Ouch. Oh, I just messed up. Hold on, y'all. All right, join the video call. There he is. Now he's back.
Man, I'm sorry.
It happened.
Dadgum.
You know, technology happens.
Yeah, well, my girlfriend called me to see if I wanted something other to eat, and she's at the Moose Lodge, and anyway, I told her, hell no, I don't want nothing to eat. Give me a pack of cigarettes and come on home. Damn. You eating up? Yeah, she's eating up my airtime.
She's trying to bring you a moose.
Yeah. No, I tell you what, if I keep on eating the way I'm getting, I'm going to be a moose.
I'm already that big.
I don't know. I've been gaining.
I got Mrs. Manland watching the external here, and I've missed a lot of comments there, and you've actually had some questions on the external here.
Oh, do I?
Yeah. You know, you're a famous personality for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. Some
Was actually, let's see.
Somebody got to be the whooping post, Mark. I guess I'm elected.
All I can say, if y'all ever get to meet Donnie Pavellini of Donnie Pavellini Outdoors in person, make sure there's no sticks of wood around.
That's right.
Burn them
I
all.
got a mean swing.
That's right. One heck of a swing.
I see a question from Alan Hoyt.
Right, Alan.
He said, Donnie, how did you do it with your phone? The way I did it, Alan, is that I am friends with Mark on Facebook. So I Facebooked him, and he posted a link on Facebook Messenger, and all I had to do was touch it. When I did, it opened it up the screen to go to Google Hangouts. When a message pops up, and then you hit the green bar at the bottom, then scroll this little message in this little box, and then you have to hit accept. When you do, then that brings you to the Hangout. So I hope that helped. Did that help?
All right. It's like I say, it's got a little delay, so I'm gonna find out. It sounded good to me, man. I don't know what you did, brother, but it sounded good to me. All that good technical doohickey things you got to do there, and type this and type that, and go either, left.
Hell yeah.
Now,
Hell
Don,
yeah.
you probably saw a few of the videos I did of what I call this way clips, or actually, it was a sign that you made.
Yeah.
And I was going to give a credit sign made Donnie Pavellini, but
You ain't got to do that.
no, I want to do that in the actual credits because I always try to give credit for everything I show and everything I do, and I just got lazy, brother. I did.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother. I give the sign to you. It's your sign. You do it whatever you want to do.
That's right, y'all. But that cool little old, well, in the video and the thumbnail itself is an actual sign, because that right there is the sign artist, y'all. He makes some wonderful, wonderful signs. And he did this for the VU there, the rendezvous we had here in October. And me and the wife went out there, kind of like what Ranger Cookie and Parker Ridge did. We went out and we explored the place before we actually had the get together, like a month, 2 months in advance, whatever, because we were so excited. We couldn't wait, you know. And when we actually showed up, I showed up late. I think I had like one night to spend out there. And here these signs are. And we're laughing our rear ends off because, like, Donnie's out there. He done put signs up at every key location. This way, that way, you know. But there was no way you could have missed it. And if you did, you couldn't read.
That's it.
It was perfect, man.
Another question about this message thing. He says, do you have Facebook messaging active on your phone? And the truth is, yes, Alan, I do. You have to have it active on your phone.
Okay. All I know right now, y'all, is because I've learned this from I'm a Redneck Cockerham. He usually sends the links to these chats using Facebook. Now, I know how to take it and put it in your PMs on your YouTube channel. That's the only second alternative I have right now. So, Alan.
Big shout out to Jason McDaniel. Hey, Jason.
There's Jason. Yeah, I missed all his conversations out there, I tell you. Let me do this right quick right here. Hit that button. Trying to send a PM to somebody's private PM message while you're doing a live chat, it takes a while. My computer's not the fastest thing in the world.
Well, you got to be real extra careful whenever you're trying to message people's privates, because some folks, some folks is all right with it. Some folks is kind of shy.
Well, you know me, I'm a flamboyant kind of character. I just really don't care.
Yeah.
Usually when somebody wants,
Why didn't you talk?
Because you're watching the external.
Oh, just like me.
When you get 18, you can get in on his chat.
I'm not going to say no nasty words or nothing.
Hey, he's got to learn how to do he's got to learn how to hang out first. Then he can get into the hang in. Does that make sense?
Well, he needs to wait. He needs to wait till, you know, he's a little older to where he kind of hangs first. Then he can get on the, you know, at least parts of him. That way he's old enough. He's old enough to enjoy it.
I've had to tell him hush. He won't sit there and talk to me like he's talking to me in the. There's Tommy.
Put your headset on, Kevin.
Alan, where you at? Alan, there he is. Hold on. Y'all quit typing the external there. Every time I right click, it bumps up.
I'm on it.
All right, there we go. Now, Alan, I'm going to try to send you a link through your YouTube private message. Right quick. I just sent one to Jason. I'm sending one to Alan. And Tommy from I'm a Redneck Cockerham, I'm going to send him one too. Let's see.
We got to get on Facebook, guys. That's the way this thing's going to work.
Yeah, that works a lot better through Facebook. It's so simple that way.
Damn sure is.
Because then you have to go here to their main page, hit about, wait for it to load, and then you got to hit the button that says send message. Are you not watching the video?
I'm going to say hello to Try the Vader. I've never met you, but you got a new sub, buddy.
Hey,
check you out.
All right, there's Alan. Alan, I just sent it, I think. There we go.
Send me one.
I'm not you're not old enough, son. You legally have to be 21 years or 18 to be on this Google chat. Otherwise, you can go to jail. All right, I tell you what, you find out how to get into it then. Yeah, right. Never work with women like wives. Never work with kids or animals like dogs.
Right.
I'm hiding the frying pan right now.
Children should be seen and not heard as long as they invisible.
What the hell is that?
What's he doing over here?
It's broke.
He must have put this over here.
Cookie broke it.
How?
He broke it. He was cleaning off the table. He broke it. He told me about it. I thought I told you that he told
No,
me.
you didn't.
Oops.
You're dead, Mark.
Ranger Cookie broke her thingy
Not
here.
for my little patient.
It came. Well, where's the base at?
Don't know.
It was on the table. We can glue it. I got duct tape.
I get it free.
Oh shit! Give me that. Give me.
It's all mine.
Oh hell no! That's a cornbread muffin pan. That's made out of cast. That's cast iron, y'all. All right, now. Where's Tommy? I gotta try to send him a link. All right, Tommy, I'll send you the link through the YouTube thing too, since I'm doing this already.
Lord, you got 7 more dishes to cook with Ranger Cookie, don't you?
Hell no!
That's what
How did he do that?
I don't know.
What? If it's disgusting.
I mean, hold on, y'all. I got too many. Hey, you got to put mute on. You got to go to your room to listen to that because it's feeding back on here.
Hello, the Eagle. Hello, Pete with FS Bushcraft. How you doing, brother?
All right, there's Tommy. I'm sending you a link through your YouTube account now, okay? Not Facebook. Takes me a little while to do this. I'm totally unprepared. I decided to do it just a test. Because the two or three, 4 times I did this, I was intoxicated, and now I'm kind of halfway intoxicated, so I figured I might halfway remember. I didn't send no message. There it is. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. Now, to Alan, Tommy, and Jason McDaniel. Check your PMs there on YouTube. I sent you some links to get in on this thing. It should work because Donnie got in.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm going to close that out. I've got way too much stuff here opened up. Right now, I'm going to close out the Facebook deal here. This thing that says live events, I may not need to close that out. I went through YouTube to set this thing up, the actual YouTube site. The beta thing here. Oh, there's Peter of FS Bushcraft. Hot dog.
There's Jason.
What's up, everyone?
Where you at, Jason? What's happening?
Right here.
There he is.
Nothing much.
Now I just opened up Firefox for some reason.
Yeah.
I'm hitting
Jason.
Huh?
Jason. Why
Yes.
you gotta come on? Why you gotta come on the chat with the muscle shirt on? You trying to make us look bad, ain't you?
Let me fix that right quick. All right, hold on.
Well, there you go.
Spaghetti arms here. My hair is spaghetti arms here. Rrr.
There you go. All right. Need to get Alan Hobbs on here to go topless.
Yeah, I can't do that yet. I had to show my nipple rings, and I don't want to do that just yet.
Oh my Lord. Oh my God. You know I ain't had supper yet, Mark, and thank you for ruining it.
I'm sorry, Donnie, but you know what? That sounds like that might be the next video we might need to conjure together on.
There you go. There you go.
That's hey Donnie, I love your series out there on on camping, and then you covered medical, the first aid. I think you really seriously need to consider camp etiquette if you're camping with other folks. How not to pass gas in the tent, around the campfire, showing the man and the whole 9 yards.
FS Bushcraft says sexy man,
That's right. I think that's a good idea. I'll come up there to State Line, and I'll use you and Mrs. Manland as visual props.
There you go.
You
I
know,
I can see all kind of comedy in that, but it's true. It will be true.
That's right.
Good advice.
That's right.
Walk out of the tent, just gas is pouring out. Woof, like fog.
Like the one thing you do not want to ever do when you're sitting around a campfire and you got a group of folks is to do the traditional camp beans. You really don't want to do that, y'all. I think that's not only a myth from cowboy days.
Yeah.
Maybe the cowboys actually did that to keep the Indians away. Who knows?
Keep me away if that's for sure. I guarantee you. Hell, good Lord. Man.
Now you can just chunk that cake thing, baby.
Huh?
You can just chunk
Speaking of that,
it.
Mark,
Okay. Hey,
look here, you cook all the time and all that. You kind of the food expert here. Now I want to ask you a question, and I want to know the truth. What is it about the difference between the fart content cooking in a pot as opposed to a crock pot? Why is there a difference?
all right, crock pots, they're noted mostly for low and slow.
Yeah.
And the theory behind that is the slower you cook it, not only the more flavor you're going to get, the flavor is going to marinate, but when
Right.
you cook it for a long period of time on a slow temperature, the tenderer the meat is. Like if you got a tough piece of deer meat, it's supposed to just fall apart like a deer roast at the end of it.
Yeah.
That takes around between 6 to 8 hours, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Now, a pressure cooker does the same thing under intense pressure and speed. But when you do a traditional pot, say if you're here on your stove, you got an electric range or a gas range, and you're going to boil some meat to try to tenderize it, you can actually do that between 4 to 5 hours a lot faster than you can in a crock pot.
Gotcha.
But you won't get the melted together flavors. You know, you won't get that total crock pot experience. But your meat will come out tenderized.
All right,
Tender
to get
meat.
back to the beans and the gas now.
All right, beans and gas. Where were we going with this?
I want to know why there's a difference in how bad you get the farts whenever you eat beans cooked in a crock pot or cooked on a stovetop pot.
Okay, the difference is the crock pot builds up them gases in them beans so bad. Remember, the crock pot is low and slow, so it builds up the gases inside them beans so that they don't explode by the time you eat them. So if you put them on a pot over a campfire, it releases them gases a lot faster.
Hey,
Yes, it does.
And I'm just making that up. I don't know.
Now who's done that in real life?
well, you two hate me tonight.
I ate beans for supper last night, and I made a hog out of myself eating them beans. I mean, I ate three big bowls of them Great Northern beans with hot sauce on them, and man, it was bad, man. It was bad this morning. I mean, it was terrible. I mean, you didn't know whether to flush or hit the deck. I mean, with the noise going off, and I farted all damn day. My poor bungholes just wore slam out.
One good thing is about passing gas, especially inside a tent, it does keep you warm in the winter.
Yes, it does.
It's not the most wonderful smelling thing in the world, but it does keep you warm for some reason. I don't understand that.
I beg to differ there. I beg to differ. I've been told I've had some of the most aromatic farts that's ever come out of places you're not supposed to talk about.
Well, you know why farts smell, don't you?
No. Why?
So deaf people can enjoy them too.
You get him on Facebook.
I'm trying to find Tommy. Tommy, where you at on Facebook?
It's Lee Cochran.
There he is, right there. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to introduce the vice president, the next vice president of the United States here. How do you send him a freaking message? You got to double click.
Go down on the App Store.
Well, there's his name right there. He is right
Wait,
there.
no, it's David. His boss should.
Oh, he's not online yet. I'll just hit him a comment. I'll do this right here. It doesn't show him online.
I keep my distance from the fire, Peter.
There we go.
Find him.
He's not showing on Facebook. He doesn't have that green dot. I can't put money on your car unless you got that green dot there, Tommy.
I'm not put it through YouTube, or does it not work?
Well, he said YouTube was acting up on him and he couldn't get the link. I sent it to him in the PM on YouTube, and I just did the Facebook thing. And unless it just happened.
Oh, there you
Because I got like 10,000 pages right now.
I got another one jumped on.
There he is.
Hello, people.
There you go, Mr. Vice President. Now, this is your opportunity to sit there and entertain these folks while I go take me another wee. Wee!
Okay. Hey, Jason.
Sup, Tommy?
Okay, people, welcome to the Redneck Zone. Oh, wait. That's the wrong channel tonight.
Wrong channel.
So what's everybody doing?
Sitting on the chat. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Okay, is that a new knife, Jason?
Yeah. It seems pretty cool. But it's one of those cheap ones, the Ozark Trail.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks really sweet.
Yeah, but
That is.
I bought one of those.
Where'd you buy it from?
Walmart.
How much it set you back?
$3 to $4.
For real?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Shit, that ain't bad.
They're actually not bad. I bought the Camel one with the 2 3/4 inch blade.
Yeah.
I always like to keep one of them in my pocket, you know, because if you lose it, you don't really lose a whole lot.
Yeah. It's good.
Well, I was pretty surprised by it. I opened it out of the package and actually shaved hair off my arm without even touching it.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't strop it or anything yet. I couldn't
Good
believe it.
Lord. Man, it's a sweet looking knife too. I like the way the action on it. Man, that have you been messing with it, or is that the way it is?
That's what the way it is, but you actually have to use some wrist action with it,
Gotcha.
because the flipper on there, if you just do that, it doesn't come
Yeah.
up. I
Gotcha.
guess you take a little wrench
Well-
to it or something. Allen wrench.
Yeah, you got to have 2 actually, because you got to hold one while you turn the other one. I'm gonna
Gotcha.
take mine apart and put brass washers in mine because they just use little nylon ones. And I was looking down inside of mine, and they crushed the one. It's like twice the size of the other one.
Oh yeah. Didn't notice that. I don't know if you can see it.
Mark, I had to delete your link you sent me. Because you put it on my actual Facebook page. So anyone could have used it. And you know my friend.
Dude, all I know is that your name was listed over there, and I was trying to send you a message.
I know, I was just telling you.
You didn't have no green dot highlighting. I mean, there's no green dot said you were online.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm always online.
I don't know. I don't get
I
on
need to-
Facebook, y'all. Facebook is like a glorified MySpace to me. don't care for it. It's just too much stuff. If I post something on Facebook and within 30 seconds, it's way the hell down at the bottom. You know, like 10 miles down there. There's so many people on there doing that share thing, whatever it is. And I'm not one of those people that have my cell phone going on, you know, like every 30 seconds. Oh crap! Somebody just sent something from Facebook. Let me check it out here. See, oh yeah, that's good. Oh, I like that. Let me hit like. Now where to
Hey,
go?
Peter's on.
You know, I don't know. Okay.
Peter's on. FS Bushcraft. There we go. Can you hear me?
Da-da-da-da-da-da! There, my buddy.
Peter's here. Yeah.
There's Peter.
We got you as a Canadian.
Finally got a crazy Canadian on here.
That's it.
Eh?
Hey, how much snow y'all got up there, Peter?
Oh my God, we got almost about 2 feet of snow on the ground right now.
Ship some down here to Mississippi. We need to make a snowman.
I'd love to send it down to you.
Hell yeah. Well, Peter, what's the temperature in the right now up there?
Right now outside it is, you know what, let me check and I can tell you. Minus 16 with the wind chill.
Are
So
you
that-
shitting me, really?
Yeah, that's not that cold for us though. That's pretty mild actually.
I have never been in minus nothing. Well, I think maybe 1 below. That's the coldest I've ever been.
Oh, coldest I was ever in is when I was up north and it was 124 kilometers southeast of the North Pole when I was with the military, and it was minus 64 with the wind chill.
Oh my God. Won't that like freeze your face in like 5 seconds?
You could sit there and turn around and take a piss and watch it freeze as it was hitting the ground.
Damn.
It was actually breaking.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, I'm retired fire department, and I can tell you in Alaska that they actually have to leave their engines, the water flowing, even when they're not fighting a fire because it'll freeze
Yeah.
inside the truck.
Yeah. Well, it was that bad. I remember when we were out in the tundra, the naphtha, for crying out loud, for the little heating stoves that we use in the Arctic tents, would actually, you could pick the can up and it was like slush inside the can. We had to turn around and bring the cans inside and heat them up a little bit carefully in order to turn around and pour the naphtha into the burners.
Well, let me ask you something. How long can you expose your face skin without it freezing and giving you frostbite?
Well, when I was up there, on average, I mean, within about 20 to 30 seconds at that temperature, you could really start to feel the cold really bad. So you have like this, it's called an Arctic mask, and I was actually thinking about picking one up. I seen one at the Army Surplus store there a couple of weeks ago. I was thinking about grabbing one and doing a video on it and showing it. But on the bottom part, it's got a flap that you can turn around and pull off. And we were sitting there having a smoke, and you could watch your buddy in front of you, and his mustache or goatee turned on and turned white before your eyes.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you really got to watch it really quick. That's why I did that whole series that I did last winter on hiking and stuff like that, because where I had to go through all the special training and medical training and everything else for being up there. But out of the whole situation, we were up there for 6 months, and we only had one incident. Out of 124 soldiers that were up there, one guy turned around and got 3rd-degree frostbite on his big toe and lost his big toe. Other than that, everybody else was fine.
Oh my God.
It was fun.
Yes. God almighty. Well, tell me something. How's the young'uns doing?
Doing good, actually. Cody's standing right here. He's wanting to turn around and jump in and say hello.
Hey, Cody, what's happening, buddy?
Not much. Just, I don't know. I'm bored.
How's the karate going, buddy?
It's going really good. But it's not karate, it's jiu-jitsu.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got his green belt now. He's got, what is it, this summer? You're going for testing for, what is it, your blue? You're going
No,
for?
I thought blue was like 1.5 years.
What's your next one again?
Yeah. Blue, blue.
Yeah,
Well,
your
first
blue. Yeah, your first blue.
Wow, man.
Yeah,
Awesome.
he's doing that. He's learning how to play the drums, and he's been busy with his own little thing on the side now.
That's cool, man. That's
Yeah.
really cool. When you going on your next trip out with Cold Craven, Peter?
We were actually going to turn around and get out, and we were going to go out this weekend, but he got a call that he has to go up to Moncton.
Bushcraft?
Yes, hiding in the background there. Yeah, we were supposed to go out this weekend, but he got a call for, I don't know if he's going to put it out or not, so I don't want to ruin it, but he has to go up to Moncton this weekend, and he got invited to do something, so I'm hoping maybe, probably not this weekend, so next weekend hopefully turn around and get out and do a camp out, but I need to get out this weekend anyway. I got a couple of videos I want to shoot, so hopefully it's going to be nice weather. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. I've got the same deal down here. It's supposed to be raining tomorrow, and I want to get out, do an overnighter Saturday night at least, you know.
Yeah. What's the temperature down there right now?
Trying to send it.
Oh, it's about
On YouTube?
Yeah.
What is it?
55, something like that. I think. That's what it got up to today.
55.
Cooler now.
55.
Peter, I couldn't take that cold weather, man. I'd freeze to death, buddy.
Yeah, that's like 55. That's like 12 Celsius here. Oh my God! Like that's almost.
Yeah.
That's spring weather.
And I'm in a jacket.
Oh man, I'd be walking around in a t-shirt.
What is his about?
Yeah, I haven't had time to do crap the last 5 days. We've been getting snow every day. I've been living in the dang plow truck.
Yeah.
Whereabouts in Alaska are you from, buddy?
I'm not in Alaska. I'm in Michigan.
He didn't
Oh,
have
okay, my bad. That's some cold country over there, man. Michigan, good Lord, jeez.
You're in Michigan. How far from southern Ontario are you from the border?
I am dead center of Michigan.
get off it.
Oh, okay. I used to live in Niagara, in St. Catharines, actually, if you know where that is, in southern Ontario. I had friends called.
Yep.
They said they got hit with a major snowstorm up there the other day.
Yeah,
Hey, everybody, let me interrupt you just a second there. Charlie Rock, I'm trying to send you a link through YouTube, but I cannot get to your private messages. You do not have, something's not allowing me to send you a private message, I should say. So if anybody out here who knows how to do that, let me know. When you go to his page, it doesn't have the about. You click the about, then it goes to where you can send a private message.
Excuse me, Mark.
Huh?
Excuse me. Are you done yet?
Not quite.
Well, you kindly interrupted the conversation there, buddy.
Hey, Donnie, you're number one in my book, buddy. But seriously, oh, y'all continue now. I'm done now.
I just got a jerky chain.
Hey, absolutely, y'all. That's Donnie Pavlin, y'all. Let's give him a big hand, I'll tell you.
Yeah, actually, where I live, I'm on 16 acres, and right across the dirt road from me is the edge of the Manistee National Forest, which is acres and acres and acres.
Well, tell me, do you do that ice fishing over there in Michigan like they do, and like in Minnesota and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the coolest thing. I've always wanted to do that. I've heard stories about them having shanties on top of the lake and it having heaters inside. And
We do that here.
Oh, yeah.
it sounds like a
Yeah,
blast.
some of them guys get pretty crazy.
Yeah,
Wow.
they do that around here, Donnie.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow. Well, I thought it was kind of like forgive my ignorance, but I thought it was sort of a lake thing, like like Minnesota and Michigan and all that, you know.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
They do it here on the St. John River and stuff like that. It is the big spot that they do it. They do it in some of the lakes and stuff around here, but more on the St. John River. We have the St. John River that flows right through. It basically goes from Quebec all the way down through New Brunswick and then into the Bay of Fundy, which empties out into the Atlantic Ocean. But they turn around and the upper parts of the river, they'll fish trout and bass and everything else during the winter.
Oh, wow, man. That's awesome. Well, Peter,
Yeah,
let me ask you a question, man, because you're up there. I'm sure you got the inside story. And I think pretty much what's on everybody's mind is there going to be another season to Trailer Park Boys?
They're talking about it, actually. That's actually filmed in Nova Scotia, which is only about a 4-hour drive for me to where they turned around and filmed it. And, there's been talk about them turning around and doing another season, but I know the last time when I was watching a thing online, and actually they were talking about it in an interview, they've been getting hit for doing different movies and stuff like that. So that's why they kind of stopped doing the seasons. But now a lot of people have been complaining about it. So, yeah, there's talk that they're I think what it is they're looking at changing networks. So they're trying to do a new deal in place to turn around and do another season.
They've been having trouble with networks since they started that thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because of the way they go on. And here in the East Coast, it's funny because it's kind of split half and half. There's some people that really like the show. Like, I get a kick out of it. I think it's funny as the hell. Because it's so far from the truth of what a trailer park is actually like up here. And that's the problem. Other people take more offense to it because they're like, oh, it's making us East Coast Canadians look like we're dumb and stupid and all this other stuff and a bunch of potheads and everything else.
Hey, I share your pain. I'm from
Yeah.
Hey, Lee!
Is that Lee Ralph?
There's Lee Ralph and there's Charlie Rock Rock.
Awesome.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 on here right now. So we got room for 2 more. Do y'all realize that we've got some of the most famous personality here on YouTube right here on this particular chat right here, right now? This is
L to the yeah.
awesome. Absolutely awesome.
We got Manland.
Oh, no, I said famous people.
The famous frog leg cooker.
Where'd Charlie go? Charlie just went out.
You got bored.
Charlie, get back in here.
Famous people, that leaves me out.
Yeah, I was going to say, it can't be me.
Donnie Pavolini? Is he famous?
Oh.
Do y'all have any idea what it's like, well, evidently you do because you've done it before, is you've seen somebody on YouTube and you finally meet them in person and you're thinking, oh, God, does my breath smell? And I saw Donnie for the first time, and this is like the golden icon of icons to me.
Oh, my God.
And, no, I'm serious now, Donnie. You know that. I bow down and says, I worship you. I worship you.
Yeah.
But it really is a little bit nostalgic when you see somebody on YouTube, you idolize them in a way, and then you get to meet them in person for the first time, and you're really thinking, do I need to act like my character or what I do on YouTube? Or, of course, both of y'all are probably just like yourselves in real life like you are on YouTube, but me, I'm not. So I think I talked Donnie's ear off left and right. I mean, Donnie's like, damn, this boy really does. He really does this shit for real. And
I'll tell you, what I was amazed at is how when we met, it was like we'd known each other all our lives, Right. It really was. It was.
And there he is.
Yeah, I would actually turn around and I would turn around and put my 2 cents in on that aspect, like Donnie just turned around and said. That's absolutely the truth. I mean, when Cole Craven and I turned around and first met for the first time too, it was kind of the same thing. The first time we met at a coffee shop, and I was dealing with. I don't put a lot in my videos and stuff, but I also do a lot of prepping and stuff. So we met at a meetup we had one time, and it was the same thing. It was like, oh my God, this guy's from YouTube, and how do you talk or how do you do whatever? But after a while, after about the second or third meeting, it was like, yeah, it's like I knew him forever. And then when we met Chris from Wood and Woodcraft, it was the same way. It was like the three of us had known each other for years.
Man, he's awesome.
The only thing that shocked me about Cole is I didn't have a clue. I did not have a clue that he was going to be on a famous TV show.
Do you want to know something? He didn't even turn around and tell me.
He has been a subscriber of mine, I'd say at least maybe a year, maybe a little less, for some crazy reason. And I didn't have a clue. And all of a sudden he made that announcement, well, I'm going to be on this show alone.
Yeah.
I'm like, for real? Come on, man. You know, for real.
I knew about, oh my God, I probably knew about 3 months before he turned around and went away, but I didn't know he was going on the show. But they had to sign so much paperwork and everything else, and gag orders and everything else. And all they kept telling me is that he was going to this school out west, the survival school or whatever. He kept passing off, and then all of a sudden he went away, and he come back in about a month, and it was like, well, what happened? You know, what went on? Oh, well, you know, I just came home, and he still never told me at all until they started coming out with the commercials. And we were at his place the one night. He's like, oh, check this out. I went to go to watch it. And I'm like, yeah, I heard about that show. It's pretty interesting. It's going to be cool when it comes on. He goes, here, watch it again. Played it about 3 times before finally it clicked into me that it's like, hey, that's you in the tent. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Another buddy of mine was on Fat Guys in the World.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I didn't realize he was even on the show. Didn't have a clue until he put out a video talking about it.
Yeah. Well, they turned around and, I mean, they've done it with a lot of guys I know here on YouTube, but they had turned around and messaged me for the first season as well, but I had no interest at the time. And then after Cole was on, I got the email again, and actually got a personal email they wanted me to try it for the second series, but I don't know. To me, I don't know. My thing is I'm kind of tossed on it. It's like going on that show because just from what I seen with Cole and all the stuff and all the gag order and stuff that they have to sign, and you know, there's a lot of stuff in the background. I mean, he could explain it better, but they can't talk about certain things that they did on the show. They can't talk about you know, things that went on and the whole bit. It's just, I can't do that. I want to talk about it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if I knew that would put me in a situation where I had bears and cougars, wolves, whatever the case may be, and I can't carry a shotgun or something, I'd tell them people that run the show, said, you go out there and you do it first.
That's my
phone. Show me it can be done, and then I'll do it for a year or whatever the case may be. That was crazy.
Absolutely.
I didn't understand the concept. I knew that they had 10 items, and I thought, yes, somebody's going to bring a gun, you know, something to hunt with or something. And then as I got in the show, then I realized that those were like outlawed.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the big thing that turned around and really bothers me, too, is when they sent them out in the area. And, I mean, that area they were in, too, there was they had an incident a few months beforehand where a guy was mauled to death by a bear. So, I mean, you know, people don't go in that area without. That's like even here. As a prime example, like, we don't have the same laws as you guys do with the Second Amendment and being able to carry firearms and everything else, but at least we can turn around and out of the hunting season, we can get what's called an environment's license. So if we're going far back out in the woods where there is stuff like that, then you can turn around and take, you know, a weapon with you. You know, a lot of the times when we go out, we don't. But I mean, if I was going back a few miles into the back of the bush, I'm definitely turning around and taking, you know, a rifle or something with me.
There's no way in the hell I could make it.
How about the longbow, like one of them had, or two of them?
Yeah, Mitch from Living Survival had a
but the problem with that is that though it's like even Cole was turned on and saying out there in British Columbia where they were, I mean, they're black bears, and the thing on the show, they didn't really show it that well in showing the size of them either, but there was goddamn black bear out there like the size of a big ass grizzly or a Kodiak. Like, they're huge. I would not want to turn around and just hit him with a 40 or 50 pound bow and turn around and hit the thing. It'd still keep coming at you. Like, you'd have to have like perfect shot in order to drop one down.
Well, Peter, let me ask you this question.
That's kind of hard. That's kind of hard to do when your asshole puckered.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Peter, let me ask you this question here, and I don't want you to try to put words in Cole's mouth because I wanted to ask him that question. You know, he featured that was it the Schrade spear?
Yeah.
Okay. If he was allowed to have taken that with him, do you think he would have tapped out in the third episode, or would he have had enough confidence to stay there a little longer? I'm just wondering because I'm thinking even with a toothpick, if I'd seen a bear, I still would have hauled ass.
I think personally, and this is just personally from me knowing Cole as well as I know him now, and I mean, Cole and I have, been going out together now for, oh my God, it's been almost 2 years now. But I personally think that he still would have tapped out. The only way he wouldn't have tapped out is that if he had had a firearm. Like if he had a 30-06 rifle or something like that, he would have stayed. And him and I have kind of talked about that many times before. And his thing was that he tapped out because of the big thing. Well, I'm just going to put it out here. There's a lot of it when it comes to that whole bear thing and him tapping out. It really affects him, and he really takes it to heart because he feels that he turned around and he let me down, he let his family down, he let other people down and stuff like that. But his thing was he thought about his kids, his wife and everything else, and he's like he had nothing to prove, so he tapped out. That's the big thing. Like he got a lot of negative play on it for tapping out, but I don't blame him. I mean, I challenge anybody to be in that situation.
When you see him, you let him know that I don't think there's nobody alive that would have ever sat there and said, "Oh, he's a wimp" or nothing like that. No.
Oh yeah,
I got scared out of the woods from hearing frogs cry at night, not knowing what they were. So for him to go out there and see bear tracks where he's camping at, and then there's bear scat all over the place.
Yeah.
I think so fast.
Yeah.
I think something that's important to note is that Cole Craven is a lifelong experienced woodsman. He's not a greenhorn. He knows what the hell a bear is, what a cougar is, what a wolf is, what it can do to a human being. And he knows what it takes to kill one.
And he
did the only intelligent thing there was to do.
Yeah. And that's exactly it right there, Donnie, because of the fact of being him and I both, and that's one of the things why him and I hit it off so well when we got together, because it's funny as hell, and him and I talk about that all the time. Like, him and I have spent as much time in the bush, growing up and everything else, because that's all there was to do here in the East Coast when we were kids growing up. But it was just him and I never actually got together, which was really weird considering the fact that where I grew up at and where he grew up at, we were only like not even a 15-minute drive away from one another, but we just never crossed paths. But that's it. Growing up as kids, and I mean, with our fathers and stuff like that, I mean, hunting coyotes and hunting bear and deer and moose and all the stuff that we do here in the East Coast of Canada, I mean, you know what those animals can do, and you see those animals, and that's a big thing like he said. Like black bears around here, our biggest black bear might turn around and get to be maybe, 800 pounds. That's a big bear around here. Now there, it's like you said, they're like 1,000, 1,200. Some of them were registered at 1,500 pounds. Like, that's huge. Like, no chance in hell in standing up against it.
Yeah, and if you've ever
No,
seen...
one swipe of its paw and it decapitate you.
Oh, yeah, like insane. And I think that's a lot of it. Like, the big thing, like you said, when he turned on and tapped out is that, to him, it was the fact of being that, he thought about his kids, he thought about his family. He said, the other thing they don't show in that show either is that they kind of showed in the show you know, he seen the bear, and then all of a sudden, bang, he tapped out, and then they came and got him. I know from him and I talking, and I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, the way he said it, from the time he seen the bear to the time that he actually called, it was a couple of hours had gone by.
Yeah.
Because he got away, he went back to his camp, and was sitting there, and then all of a sudden he heard the bear, you know, trying to find him, scoping around his camp. So
Well,
at that point, it was like, all right, now he's being hunted. So
let me ask you this question right here, because I know how shows like that like to videos. Did when he got the cell phone, I thought that was the hook, you know, but then the camera shows out through the front of the tent these eyes glowing, and I'm thinking that that's an edit from another video or something that they put in there to make the viewer think that he's looking at a bear outside his tent, that he can actually see the eyes.
Yeah. It never got right into his camp, but he could hear it. Like he said to me, he could hear it walking around his camp, like at a distance, but he knew it was there and it was trying to hunt him. And that's when he turned around and basically called to say, "Get me out." And then from the time he called to say, "Get me out," it took them almost 5 hours to turn around and get him, to get to where he was, because where they had to drive in and walk in. So from the time he seen the bear to the time he got out, it was almost a full day had gone by.
Man,
it was like basically 8 hours, 8 or 12 hours or something like that.
That's scary.
That'd be one hell of a long day, buddy.
Oh yeah, well that's why I got upset from my point of view, was the fact of being with, you know, they said, you know, he tapped out on day 5, and they said he was gone on day 5, but he was actually there for 6 days by the time he got out.
Wow.
So the lesson is, as soon as you go in there, you better shoot on tight.
What was that?
Better.
The lesson is, you go in there, you better shoot on tight.
Hey Charlie, you still got your external. It's got a lot of feedback. So if you'll mute the external, but not the Google Chrome, then we can hear you.
Yeah, it said it mumbled.
Yeah. All right. Anybody out there who's listening, if you have the playing in the background, it's going to do a lot of in your mic. 2, if you have your speakers turned up too loud, sometimes that will pick up in feedback to the microphone that you're speaking. So I'm going to go ahead and mute mine and make sure it's not mine right quick.
Oh, there you go. Now you sound better to me because I just turned around and put headphones on.
Can you hear me? What does it sound like now?
You sound good now to me.
There you go.
Much better. All right, I'm gonna. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got Deranged Survival trying to get in here. So Deranged, hang on, brother. I'm trying to send you a link.
Yeah, I put my headset on. It sounds a lot better there, Mark. You're on to something. My mic still working okay?
Yeah.
How about mine?
Good.
Sounds good. I see Lee Ralph's on here, but he ain't saying a dadgum thing.
Well, he's talking, but I'm not hearing anything.
So, Donnie, down in your guys' neck of the woods, something Cole and I talk about all the time is going down there and how you guys always got to worry about friggin' poisonous snakes and bugs and all that crap. We don't have up here. How do you
Oh, God.
that down there?
Well, you haven't lived until you see water moccasins around.
Oh, we've turned around.
It's a joy. It is just a joy and a treat. They're serious business, Peter. Really, you know. On my swamp type camps, I don't do them in. If it's 60 degrees or above Fahrenheit, I'm not camping in the swamp. I'm not going to do it. I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm just old enough to know what can happen.
Well, yeah, that's what we were talking about, because in fact, I mean, you know, you guys got to, I mean, that's something that's going to bite you, and it's like a little bite, and its poison's going to kill you. It's like, man, like, what do you do? Like,
yeah,
carry any venom with you?
Oh, man. In my area, water moccasins and eastern diamondback snakes are the biggest threat reptile-wise. We've got copperheads, too, but they're not as, you don't see as many of them. But I don't fool with them, man. I don't play the snake thing, you know. Well, I've just had a few close calls and stuff. I like to go floundering. What floundering is you get in a little skiff. You go into the bayous with a gig or a spear, for lack of a better term, and then you have a light. Okay, and what you do is you go into the shallows in the bayous, and you can see shrimp and everything else in there. Their eyes glow and stuff. But you take your spear and you stab the flounders, okay? And it's a great time. It's a blast. But when you're doing it in the bayous, you got to watch out for water moccasins because they come straight to the light. Somebody told me because I don't look. I'm not a snake expert, but he said maybe by heat, you know, heat-seeking things, you know, pit vipers or whatever, and water moccasins will come straight at your boat, you know.
Oh,
and
wow.
that's the truth. Yeah.
Yes, that's crazy.
I've seen them hang in trees and drop down in your boat and go up underneath them.
Well, that's one of the things we were talking about you guys hammock camping down there. It's like, Jesus Christ, they can climb a tree, can't they?
Yeah, they can. I like to stay when I go camping in spring and summer and part of the fall. I like to go in a more controlled place in the woods to where the brush is down real low to the ground. And I like the pine forest when it comes time to that.
Right.
The pine forest is more safe.
Echoing.
That's probably why you guys got so many parks and stuff down there in the States compared to what we have here.
Yeah.
Because they control them in the parks, don't they?
Oh, well, yes and no. Snakes are going to be where the food is, you know, and where the parks are, you don't have as many rodents. Ah!
Hey, can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Close. You're not going to have that food source that they'll have.
Right. Well, I'm hoping this year to turn around and get down there.
Test. Anybody hear me?
Next time, rendezvous.
Hey, can anybody hear me?
Here, you're loud and clear, Endangered.
Close. You're not going to have that. Got some confusion. I can't hear shit.
I know, y'all. I'm going to introduce y'all deranged survival. If y'all don't know this fellow right here, something different. All right, let me do a check here right quick and see if we got everybody on here. Sioux Survival is supposed to be joining us, but I was under the assumption that we can get 10 in here. And I'm looking at what 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 right now. So I'm gonna give myself a hey, I'm here. And Peter, you're next.
I'm here.
Okay. Lee, are you here?
Can't seem to get my mic working.
Hey, it's working fine now.
It is good, good.
Yeah. All right, we got Jason McDaniel.
I'm here.
We got the Vice President of the United States up to be next. There, he's got his. There he goes.
I'm not here. I'm
He's
gone.
here. All right, here. We got the famous Donnie Pavlini.
Hey.
The, oh, she called you the Donalina of outdoors.
There you go.
All right, we got Eric, the Range Survival there.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Do a count, file count. Eric?
You guys hear Eric?
Yes, we can hear you. Hush.
All right. I can't get my camera to work.
All right, on the video part, click on it. It's supposed to come in. Charlie?
Yo, here he is.
He said he is here.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Now we got Alan.
Yo.
All right, everybody's mic's working.
Sue Survival says she has company over right now.
Yep. Eric's here.
Bring men.
We's all cooking with gasoline.
Lee, Ralph, your camera's not working or something. I can't see you.
I'm keeping my camera off right now. You don't want to see.
He's in his underwear like me.
I just got home. I just got home from work. I'm a mess. My room's a mess. I said, we'll keep the camera off.
So we appreciate that, Lee.
Which not that's negative.
Yeah, that's just ain't as pretty as the rest of y'all.
Well, since we have all these folks on here, I would like to pose a question.
He's in his underwear
Mark, Mr. Chandler, hey, Ranger Cookie Jr., Mark. Jesus Christ. He's making me religious. Mark.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there, we have had a special announcement here from the Kano Challenge. Y'all know Jeep, of course. He said in external, he's getting a lot of feedback, and I'm hearing it now myself. So if you would, make sure that your external chat is muted. 2, make sure that the speakers that you're listening to this live chat with here through Google is not too loud so it doesn't pick back up and feedback into the mic.
Well, using a microphone sidesteps that issue with the speakers, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you have headphones on, it cuts a lot of that out. Unfortunately, I don't have that option here.
Manland, sir.
Damn, I can't get my camera to work.
You press it on. The camera on.
No, I have an old. It's for PS2. So, yeah, what it's called, Play Toy or something.
Hey,
Funny, that's what you used to call me.
Well, one thing I know. I was going to say one thing I know for sure: none of us won the lottery.
Yep.
You better not poop your pants. I'll give you the what?
or somebody's pooping pants here.
I hit 5 numbers, it's just on different lines.
I didn't even get a number.
I won the lottery. I'm on this wonderful chat with everybody.
Yeah.
$4.
Ms. Mayland said she won $4.
$4.
Hey, do you got a webcam?
I had number 47.
Oh wait, when you speak now, you gotta say over. That way it gives somebody else a chance to speak. We gotta go back to well, I think it's Mouse Toes and myself that came up with it. So when you say something here in this chat, so we got so many folks, we're gonna have to say over. That lets everybody know that you're finished speaking. Okay, over.
Over.
Hey, Mark.
Under.
Oh.
Mark.
Donnie. Over.
I got a question, please.
Go right ahead. Over.
How come there ain't no black people on this? Over.
I missed the question, Donnie, because my wife talked right when you asked the question. Over.
How come there ain't no black people on it, Mark?
What did he say?
What did he say?
I'm
folks on here.
I had a frying pan in my head.
Making excuses.
Why is there something about folks, he says?
Over, repeat.
All right. Now we're listening. Over.
Why are there no black folks on this chat? Over.
What? Hold on. My wife's talking to me again. I have a winning ticket, but I'm only sharing with my people on YouTube. Oh, Sue Survival says that she has a winning ticket, and she's only sharing with people here on YouTube. Flash News, y'all. Read it in the externals. There it is, in black and white almost. Now, Don, what were you saying?
Yes.
Oh,
are you listening?
Yeah, there's a lot of echo or feedback in the
I think Donnie's too close to his phone. Maybe he's getting feedback from his own mic.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah, it's better than it just was, but it's still kind of tinny. You were a lot clearer before. I don't know what happened.
Okay, what about now? Is this better?
There we go.
Okay. All right, Mark. Mark, I was wondering, how come there ain't no black folks on the chat?
That is because Jen from Full Circle Outdoors is evidently not watching this live chat.
Okay. I'm just making sure that you're not racist or nothing.
No. Who else out there in the external chat who happen to be black wants in on this chat?
Oh, so
I like Jen.
I've noticed folks like Chamomeleon. Are you subscribed to his channel, Chamomeleon?
Nope, I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, he's got a good channel, and I get to see just for for contrast and stuff, how, having somebody, like that on the chat.
There's only two people that I know of that are considered black that I know of. And one of them is Jen, of course, from Full Circle Outdoors, and I love her channel to death. And there's another guy, but he's a cop, and he's a black cop, but I cannot think of his channel name right now. And unfortunately, he's one of those that does not really, converse back and forth between me and his channel. I watch his videos, and he does this bug out type of bag thing. So he is a cop himself, and he's really into this bugging out situation. I mean, he firmly believes this thing, and he's spending big money on his bugging.
Where is it?
I'm wondering because you don't hardly ever see, it's just a bunch of us black folks on here. Which is wrong, I guess.
Exactly how are you assuming I'm a white folk?
Tommy, you're a redneck. You ain't white.
I'm just saying, I ain't got a picture up.
Well, because of your speech patterns, your dialect, and everything else, you're just too country. I don't know. I guess you could be. It doesn't matter. I'm just thinking it would be an interesting thing. I've never seen on any of these chats somebody else, because there's things that I would like to know with cultural differences, okay? We're all into the same thing, but I would like to know via the difference in cultures, how people go about doing their thing. Now, Jen, it does help out in what she does, but I'd like to see things that I'm interested in,
like cooking and things like that. And where geographically does everybody like phone camp? I'd like to see the same thing from some people where I live down here on the coast. We have a lot of Vietnamese people, but I don't see a lot of Vietnamese people I know is in the trend. You know, that I'm getting. But I can see how a lot of people do things. You know?
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Go ahead, Charlie. Go ahead, Charlie.
oh, I was cutting in. Lee was.
Okay.
TR had a guy on his chat for a while, but I don't know what happened to him. And he was doing a lot of bushcrafting and stuff. And
I didn't see that.
And I cannot remember the gentleman's name though, but he was only on the live chat a couple times, and then for some reason he bowed out.
Right.
I'm going to make a confession here. Is the only reason, well, there's a few other people associated with YouTube. Is the only reason I'm now in the community, and I have to give kudos to the Fat Man. He gave one heck of a shout out for me way back in the day. But it was John the M.I. Woodsman, and I watched his channel because he miraculously, he knew, he found these lesser known channels and gave a shout out. And that's predominantly how I got hooked up with a lot of you guys out there, through John the M.I. Woodsman, who I termed the godfather of this community. And John did leave for a little while. You know, he had to relocate and move to a new location, but he still hasn't put the videos out that he normally has put out due to, I think, you know, family problems, stuff like that.
From what I hear, he's battling some health issues.
It could be.
Yeah. He's got a heart of gold, too.
Yeah, he does.
Is everybody going out this weekend, or what's on tap for this weekend?
Crushing snow.
Snow and more snow.
Yeah, I'll be following it.
What?
You going out camping this weekend?
Well, I'm not quite sure what we're doing. But it's the last weekend before I start college classes up again, so I'm not quite sure.
I hear you, buddy. Well, Mark, do you have any po' boys in your refrigerator?
Do I have any? Something in my refrigerator.
Do you have any po' boy sandwiches in your refrigerator?
No, sir. I sure wish I did right now. It would satisfy the kid, and I wouldn't have to keep getting that. I'm trying to cook French fries for the boys learning how to cook.
Well, I've got a po' boy in my refrigerator, and I need to eat it and go pick up my girlfriend from work, so I'm going to have to sign off of here.
Oh, man.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
I gotta go at 10.
I want to sit there and let everybody know that was Donnie Pavlini of Donnie Pavlini Outdoors, the genuine. There is no substitute.
Agreed.
And remember, live and love in the Lord, and the Lord will live and love in you. I'm out.
Amen.
See you. See you, Donnie.
All right, bud.
I don't know. She don't know how to do this. Send her a link through Facebook. And...
Yeah, how the hell to turn some bitch off? Let's see.
Bloopers.
Your mic's still on, Donnie.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Who's the amateur artist now?
Yeah.
Who is the amateur now? All right, there you go. Now that Donnie's gone, let's talk about him, shall we?
He's got an amazing series he's doing right now.
The camping room, the basics.
I'm so far behind on videos right now.
Oh, me too. Don't feel bad.
I hear you there.
I've been plowing for like 5 days. I've answered or commented on a few, but Man, just haven't had the time to even watch hardly that many.
Yeah, it makes it hard. I'm in the same boat. I've got probably, oh my lord, I probably got about 124 links sitting in my email right now.
Wow. You guys still having troubles being able to comment or reply to comments?
Oh yeah.
Nope.
Like some of them, yeah.
Yeah. I'm still having the issue.
I was having the same issue on my channel with a lot of that stuff. I tell you something I turned around and come across is that they've been advertising it. It's called the YouTube Buddy. I downloaded that, and it puts a little icon up in the top right-hand corner of your YouTube channel where you can turn around and check your messages, comments, and all that stuff from it. Ever since I've added that, I've had no issues with my channel at all.
What was it called again?
It's called YouTube Buddy. B-U-D-D-Y.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, since I've added that to my Google Chrome for YouTube, I've had no issues with it. And it's really cool because you can turn around and go in and just from that one link you can click on it. You can go to comments, you can go to messages, you can see all your analytics. It also turns around and adds cool things when you're uploading videos and stuff. It'll give you suggestions for your tags, for your videos and everything, and what's being searched.
I'll have to look into that too.
Stalling it now.
Will that help with uploading of the videos?
Pardon?
Will it help with uploading videos?
Not so much as really for uploading the video, like doing anything unique, but it will give you extra options when you do go to upload your video. Like I say, when you're adding in your tags and stuff like that, it'll give you suggestions, and you can search for different things. Or if you put in like bushcraft, for instance, it'll turn around and give you all the different things under bushcraft that people are searching for on YouTube. So you can actually add that tag into your video. So it helps in that aspect of uploading it.
That's great. Just trying to get this channel of mine started real good. Every little bit of help.
When I first added it onto mine, and I was watching my analytics, I turned around and grew by almost 150 subscribers in less than 3 days. And for myself, I mean, those that watch my channel, prime example, I'm sitting, almost 700 right now. So it was a huge increase for me when I turned around and first added it.
Cool.
Hey, could you type something in the external chat so that I could sub on your page, on your channel?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, where do I do that? I'm brand new to this chat thing.
Do you have a screen up that has the original chat with the side chat, not the Google chat room that we're in?
Oh, yeah, I can do, yeah. I'll go right into the chat on March, just 1 sec. Oh. Well brought up.
Okay, so everybody got quiet.
What?
Where's Mart at?
Mart, yeah. The first lady probably beat him in the head with a frying pan, so we're not even talking at the moment.
Oh. Not that he ever deserves that, probably.
Yeah, no, never.
Oh, I am sorry. I am so sorry. I am subscribed. Why did I not know that?
Okay, I'm back. My wife says y'all was talking about me, so don't make me hit replay.
You got it there, Lee?
Now, since we got such a prominent panel out here, anybody want to ask anybody on the panel a certain question? Something you've always wanted to know?
What got you into YouTube, Mark?
Do what?
What got you into YouTube?
What's got into YouTube? I showed up, and it all went to hell.
Well, why'd you start on YouTube?
I was asked that same question a while back by a Ranger Cookie in a challenge, and to be perfectly honest, I really don't know why I started this channel per se. I call myself the amateur artist because I do artwork, and yeah, I think it's under midnight121.com at youtube.com, whatever it is.
It's really nice artwork too.
And I try to, of course, I paint females. Duh. It's the only thing that keeps my attention long enough. It usually takes about 45 to 60 hours worth of work per picture.
Wow.
And I try to do it photographically realistic, although everything I've ever done has ever been a failure. You can look at it and tell it's not a photograph. But anyway, that's why I still call myself the amateur. But I was starting to post things on there that wasn't quite under that art theme, like my personal life and things of that nature. So I decided to start a new channel called Manland. And I really wasn't sure where I was going with this. But while I was on my art channel, I watched a lot of videos about camping, hiking, bushcrafting, that type of thing that really caught my attention. I said, you know what, that's something I used to love to do. So I'll kind of experiment with this platform here. And I'm not an expert in any of that by any means. So the only thing I can do is just act like a nut. Maybe convince people, like I knew what I was doing, but was screwing up in the process. And I think one of the very first videos that I did, a serious video, was trying to boil water in a Miller Lite beer bottle.
Right.
On top of a hobo stove. And I really thought this thing was going to blow up. And from there on, it developed into what it is now.
Well, I can turn around and say it was really, it's nice to have somebody like you on YouTube, and like you say, and turn around and doing your videos in the comic and stuff like that. I appreciate it. Even with my background and stuff, I need your videos sometimes. They really help out, make the day great. And you're one of the first ones ever to turn around and do a VR to one of my videos, that peanut butter one. That was awesome.
Oh yeah, that was it.
What gets me is I call these prominent channels, like the million views. I'm thinking like Shug Emery, Shug's channel, Intense Angler, Bushcraft Art.
Good channel.
And you'll leave a comment on there, and you're like, yeah, they got like 10 billion comments. They'll never reply, and then they do. And it may not be a long paragraph, but they'll reply. And here I am with only just a little over 700 subs, and I can't reply. I just don't have time to reply to all my buddies out there. And I'm wondering, how do they do this stuff? Back in the day, my top subscriber list was 42. I had 42 people watching me the whole year. Like 2 or 3 people comment, so I could reply to them thinking I could write them a book then. Now, it's 700. I cannot reply to all this stuff. And it makes it seem like I'm stuck up, but it's like I'm trying to watch everybody else's videos. But what do I do? The limited time I've got, do I sit there and reply to all these comments and never watch their video, or do I watch the video and then comment?
Mark, I don't mean to interrupt you. I run 2 monitors sometimes, and I'll throw one monitor up watching videos, and then on the other monitor I'm doing my comments.
Yes. I do the same thing.
Because like we're all saying, you get so buried sometimes, and I feel bad because there's so many good videos out there, and I feel bad when one of my favorite channels will put out a video and I won't see it for 2 weeks, and I was like, oh man, how did I miss that?
Well, you know what, Lee? As a matter of fact, you gave me a shout out in a video. You were out in your garden.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know you gave me a shout out. I had not seen that video until about 4 weeks ago or 5
Oh,
weeks ago.
wow.
And this was a video you put out like 6 months ago. When Google and YouTube were united, and then some say like Eric from Deranged Survival watched the video and he knows that gave me a shout out.
Mm-hmm.
Do that plus,
Hey.
and it would bring it to my attention.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now that since they separated, all that's gone. I don't know why they even. We complained about it before, but that was one of the best benefits they had.
Well,
Now
you could
you
throw a link up also, and you can't throw a link in a comment anymore. You know,
Right.
to somebody's
Oh.
channel.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
puts it as spam. Yeah.
That's my biggest thing that I have problems with is trying to keep up on all the different stuff and trying to keep up with all the videos. Like I'm so far behind, it's insane. Like I have videos that I plan on doing that
Yeah.
almost from a year ago. Like I know, I believe Jeep from Meccano Challenge is on right now in the chat, and I have videos that I have for him that I got to do. That it's just insane. Trying to keep up on everything. And you know, I've got Mark. You gave me that challenge of turning around and doing the cooking an egg in the can. It's I've so many. I can't keep track of them all.
Yeah, it's not easy.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. That's the one thing I get a kick out of is, you know, say it again with Cole Craven, is that I know from personal experience, that boy's out almost every day, and he turns around and films 2 and 3 freaking videos in a day. So sometimes, you know, certain videos that he put up, I mean, they were from, you know, oh my God, they could be from a month ago, and he's putting them up. How he does it, I have no clue.
Looks like I'm gonna have to have a giveaway.
Woohoo!
Hey.
Hey, I still got my giveaway going. I forgot about that.
Let me say this right here about them giveaways, y'all. I don't mean to sound prejudiced here. I'm just going to say this right here. The reason why I have never done a giveaway is because of what Dino said in one of his giveaways, and this is pretty much his last giveaway, is he felt like the subs that he got from a giveaway were fake subs.
Mm-hmm.
They got in there just to win the prize, and that's all you ever hear from them. And remember, once you get into a good community and everybody gives each other shout-outs, that type of thing, the subs that you get are real subs.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right now, I'm at 704, I think. I used to not even publish them. I didn't want nobody to know how many people I even had. To me, that was beside the point. Real people talking to me on my channel is all I ever cared about.
Yep.
So if I do a giveaway, now here's my dilemma. Everybody else has a giveaway. I get in on the giveaway just to show my support. But at the same time, to other people, says, oh, he's just a person who, you know, who's trying to get something for free. So if I don't have a giveaway to give it back in some way, then I seem like I'm kind of stuck up or, you know, selfish or something like that. So I will have a giveaway eventually, but I don't do it very often. And beside the fact that I'm broke as hell, you know, that's beside the point.
Understand that one.
Y'all understand where I'm coming from.
Yes.
If you're, let's just say, for example, Long 13 Hair. The last one he's doing now, you notice the haters out there. His channel is predominantly a giveaway and that type of channel. And I don't knock that, not 100% bit. I don't knock it. But would you rather somebody subscribe to you because you're giving a lot of stuff away or you're having a lot of contests, or do you want someone to subscribe to your channel because they want to see what content you got, they like you, they like what you're providing out there?
Exactly.
I like that and the interaction, the comments.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
That's the way why I like the way Snowfog Outdoors does her giveaways. She won't put your name in the hat if you don't participate in her channel at all, instead of just waiting on a fake sub to come.
Well, you know what I did? I did on my very first giveaway, and they kind of soured me in a way. Me and Mark from Scouting Free was talking about that, but one of my first giveaways I did way back when was the super secret giveaway. I just went through and got the names of everybody that commented, did the drawing, and then announced it afterwards. That way, and just said this was my way of saying thank you to those that were subscribed and those that commented.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
There's somebody in chat that we need to get in here.
All right, who that is?
Mr. Tom Chitwood.
Yeah,
Talk about celebrities.
Where's Mr. Tom? All right, Mr. Tom, I am sending you a private message through YouTube. It's going to take a few minutes because my computer's slow. But I'm sending you the link direct through your PM. That's right, Mr. Knife Maker. He says he doesn't want to sell his knives because he doesn't think that they are high enough quality yet. I have seen a knife of his that is so shiny, it's shinier than the mirror that I look into in the morning to see all my glory. His knives look better than my pocket knives.
I'm just going to say there, Mark, there's a couple of people in the chat I just noticed when I was talking about that YouTube buddy that they were asking for a link.
Yeah, I got Mrs. Hopefully I got Mrs. Manley in on it. She's supposed to be letting me know who, what, where, when, and why.
I got it installed. It's real easy.
Well, it's not YouTube Buddy. It's actually Tube Buddy.
That's right. Yeah, I was going to say that. It's tubebuddy.com.
I'm a virgin. I don't even know what that is.
Sue Survival.
Where's Sue at?
Right there.
Let's see. There she is. Finally. Finally she figured it out. Y'all, for the past hour. We have been trying to get her in here for the past hour. And we still don't hear her.
I'm going to step away real quick.
Hey, fix me a drink while you're at it.
Make that two.
That might be code for bio break.
Hello, what are you drinking tonight, Mark?
I'm working on my last remnants of Taka Vodka, and I'm fitting to have to get up and go get me some purple drink.
I got me some good old Sierra Nevada.
Ooh, that's one of them brown ones, ain't it?
Yep.
Yep.
The brown liquors I can't handle unless it's the red Bacardi 151. Or the reddish. Huh?
I like the brown ones.
Bart, I got a question for you.
Question.
Is Kooky really that ugly?
Unfortunately, when he gets on YouTube, he does utilize a lot of red lipstick. So,
I gotta ask. I was thinking about Googling it just to see. When he says, "Damn you, boy," is that from a movie or is that just something that he's always just said?
that is something he always says, and his mama loves me, and he does the well, you know, the first time he met me, he tried to get me to do that, and I was not familiar with his catchphrase. He put the camera in my hand, and he says, "Now turn around and say, Mama loves me." And I'm like, okay, I'm game from anything, you know, and I'm spinning around, Mama loves me. I didn't know exactly how to say it. Well, after watching more and more of his videos, I realized that's his catchphrase, and that's his ending.
Well, guys, I hate to do it, but supper's on the table. But I wonder if I should leave the icon on.
Oh, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Mrs. Van's computer just went.
You're leaving, Jason?
Maybe, or
What are you doing?
like around 30 minutes. But Mark, how long do you think the chat's gonna be staying on?
Had to get the microphone back on. Before my wife goes to work at 10, and I've got to use the vehicle to go get my purple drink before she leaves. So, I mean, I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm up all night long. You know what I'm saying? Even though I
Sounds
like an hour or two, it never works out that way.
I'm trying to wonder if I should leave my little icon on and then go eat.
Oh, I'll still be here by the time you eat.
You mute out the microphone, you mute out the camera, and you eat.
Alright. I'm gonna go do that.
That's what they have.
Going back to those Walmart knives real quick, they got another one I'm going to buy. It's a blue and black tiger stripe. I really liked it. Looked pretty sweet.
I wish Walmart here in Canada was like your guys' Walmart in the States.
What's the difference?
Our Walmart sucks. We got like one little aisle that's got some ammunition, a couple of little bow stuff, and some camping gear, and that's about it.
Wait a minute, you get ammunition in Canada?
Oh, yeah.
It's a joke.
Did you get 22 shells?
Oh, we got 22s up the yin yang. I got, man, buy them all the time.
How much do they run up there?
These ones here, actually, the Winchester, 100 of them for $9.99.
No, see, I thought you guys had real strict laws, and that's where I was kind of making a joke on. But
Oh, we do. You know, you got to turn around and have what's called your FAC and everything in order to turn around and purchase firearm and stuff. But we don't have, like, we can purchase guns and everything else if you're licensed. We just can't turn around and carry like you guys can.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of the big difference. I know a lot of people think that I've friends and relatives that live in the States and they're the same way. They're like, you know, the same way, kind of joking, but they're like, "Oh my God, you guys have guns?" It's like, yeah, you know, we can still turn around and get guns and firearms and the whole bit. We just can't physically carry like you guys can in the States, you know, like concealed carry or everyday carry kind of thing. Like, the only time we can take ours out is if you're going to the range to do some target shooting or if you're going out to hunt. That's it. That's the only time you can have a firearm with you.
I know with my wife being from Buffalo, New York, there's been several times we crossed over into Canada, and I was always told I got to leave it concealed carry out.
Yeah. I wish though that it was like you guys. I wish our laws were like yours. You know, just for the fact of going out and stuff like that, it's a pain in the butt because, you know, even that time of the year, like I said earlier, you know, if you got a fireman's license and you want to go out, you know, during the summertime or whatever, it has to be under a 30 caliber. So, you know, like a 22 or something like that. Like you can't take a 30 caliber or higher out to the bush unless it's hunting. So it makes it really hard.
Sue, you are here, but I don't seem to have heard you say anything. No. And Lee, we can hear you typing.
oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
During Survival was having problems with his camera, and I was sending him an internal chat answer to that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I got the mic to work.
I think I just heard.
It doesn't even pop up. The software isn't even connected.
Okay.
I got an old camera.
Oh,
Went
my,
through the
yeah.
device manager and stuff. Doesn't even work.
I think I just heard Sue.
Yes, I don't know what I'm doing. I need help.
All right, Sue. Okay, we heard you. So can you talk a little bit longer?
Yes.
Okay.
Check.
What's happening?
We got you. At least we got your voice. And
Okay.
I see that Tom
Hello?
Gilwood has joined us.
Tom.
Tom Gilwood.
Well, I know. I'll be right back, y'all.
The life of an amateur artist.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Well, Mark's left, so you're to take over his place now.
Oh, crap. What happened?
We need help. We know what we're doing.
I think all of us are having a few audio and camera issues tonight.
Hey,
I
I
was
can
trying
put
to log
myself in there. So who's planning
There
a
you are.
camping trip?
If I ever get done plowing snow, I might.
I'll tell you what, that's one thing I don't understand about you northern folks. See, we down here in the south, we only got to worry about cutting grass. That's it. Y'all cut grass and shovel snow.
Yeah.
No, Mark. See, the thing is us up here in the north, at least we don't have to worry about poisonous snakes,
Exactly.
and poisonous spiders.
We
We
got
can
the
actually go in the bush and lay on the ground and go to sleep, not have to worry about nothing crawling in the bag with you.
Oh, hey, what's up, Snake? Ow, don't bite me.
Mrs. Manley
not-
actually sue with
Ow! Ow! I got her, but you can't
You're-
see her.
I don't know any of you brothers and sisters up there from the northern, and y'all happen to have skeeters out there during that 18 below degree weather, please don't let them come down here to the south, because I can tell you they will grow to the size of elephants.
Yeah.
You know, that's something I don't understand. You know, we have mosquitoes like crazy in the summertime, but I just
Yeah, right
can't
there.
picture mosquitoes in the winter.
He's the one with the little black dog named
Nope.
Chow.
That's just amazing to me. I mean, I don't know. Here in the south, it's so hot. Even Donnie Pavlini Outdoors, when he was doing the video, when he did that during midsummer, you could just see the expression on his face, like, I really do not want to be here. I really don't want to do this YouTube video. It's so freaking hot. You know, it does. It zaps the strength out of you. There's been a few times I walked out here behind the apartment just to shoot a quick video, say like the prison match or whatever it was I was doing at the time, and I was sweating so much that I could not keep the toilet paper that I'm using, keep it dry long enough to make the presentation for YouTube. You guys up there, y'all got that problem. I don't think y'all ever sweat.
Oh, we sweat. It's not that bad.
I can't see it. The hottest place I've ever been in my entire life, I drove a truck for over 8 years, cross country, was Phoenix, Arizona. And I know that they got this so-called dry heat, but 249 degrees is 249 degrees. I don't care where you're at.
Jesus.
It is hot over there. You go into Florida and it does nothing but rain. You go into California, you do nothing but bounce around because of the earthquakes all day long. I guess, you know, no matter where you're at in the country, you got some little thing going on. I guess you just get used to. And us over here in the deep South Mississippi, anywhere, it's constant sweat, just constant.
I don't know how you can put up with it.
We've got it pretty mild here in Kentucky.
Funny part is, you go down south when they think it's cold, they're all wearing jackets. You're running around in a t-shirt sweating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Donnie was talking about earlier when he said about the fact that it's like, what is it? 12 Celsius, so it's what, 50 Fahrenheit or whatever right now in Mississippi. I'm like, man, that's spring weather for us.
I don't know.
Yeah. 50 degrees, I'd be running around in shorts, tennis shoes, and a t-shirt.
Exactly.
Well, the thing here, 50 could be fine, but it's the wind that will cut right through you.
Yeah. Well, that's the big thing with us too on the east coast of Canada is with the wind chill. I mean, because we get the wind coming off the bay, so you know, off the ocean, so it can make it even. You know, it could be well, it'd be -10 for us, but then with the wind chill, they could turn it down and drop it down another, 10 degrees or whatever. So we're talking like -20, -25.
What the?
Now, what's funny though is when you leave Eastern North Carolina in July, and you're still expecting it to hit 100 degrees, and it hasn't yet, so you feel like you're in a really cool part of the year. You go to Buffalo, New York, they hit 90 degrees for 3 days, and they claim it's a heat wave.
Yeah.
And they're wondering why I was laughing at them.
When the Statue of Liberty is wearing shorts, you know it's hot in New York.
Well, I can tell you here in the east coast of Canada, 77 Fahrenheit. It's a heat wave around here.
I got to go make a beer run. I'm going to leave this thing going on, so if y'all don't think I'm gone, I'll be right back.
Bring me one.
Hey.
BEERRUN, beer run.
Yeah, he's going to RUNNOFT.
Is this microphone and everything working?
Yeah, it is, Tom.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, good, good.
We could even see the kitty in the behind you.
By
Oh,
the way,
okay.
Tom, your microphone's not working. How do I know that? Because I heard you ask. Taco.
Okay, I'm going outside. It got me.
All right, I'll be right back.
Stupid camera.
Oh, it got quiet all of a sudden.
Oh,
The
what
amateur
happened?
leaves.
Mart left. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
The life of the party.
Life of the YouTube and the life of the live chat party. What's going on?
We gotta pick
Well, I
topics
know
now.
that when Mark finally goes to bed, I gotta watch Tom's latest video.
Oh, yeah, I put one up tonight. Nathan4071 sent me a package.
Yep, that's the one.
Tom, is it snowing in Kentucky yet?
No, we had a little spit of snow the other day, but nothing major. It didn't even cover the ground. I'm waiting for it because I love the snow. My wife hollered from the front porch and said, "I don't."
Well, that's what's crazy about Michigan. We had the late fall. It was 40 degrees at Christmas time.
Yeah.
2 days later, it snowed, and I've been plowing every day for the last 5 days. I might not have to plow tonight, but it's supposed to rain, and it's supposed to be 40 tomorrow with rain.
Huh.
And then
Yeah,
it gets cold again.
We're supposed to get some rain this weekend, but it's supposed to turn off cold. We might get some snow. I don't know. My son's telling me we're going to have to go camping. He's wanting to go do something in the woods this weekend.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to here lately.
How many else are planning on that? I had to mute myself at Outdoorsman Paradise. He just called me. I guess him and Survive Without are going out and called to see if I wanted to go. So, well, heck yeah, we'll go out for the weekend. Anybody else getting out?
I'll be plowing.
Trying.
I don't think I'm going to make it this weekend, but it ain't going to be long before I head to Kentucky to see my daughters, and I know they're going to go camping. So.
Oh, there you go.
Now, where do you live at?
I'm in Eastern North Carolina.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm just past Raleigh.
I think you told me your girls were in London.
Yes, sir.
That's just. I don't know, 45 minutes from here, 30 minutes, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And my two daughters live in Lexington.
Yeah, I got two that lives there in London. That's where their mom lives. And I've got a son that lives down here in western North Carolina, where I'm originally from.
Yeah, my son lives across the road behind me.
Now, I don't want them too close. They always want too much money.
Oh, yeah, I know. Or he comes and tells me his water, something's wrong with his water, or his car won't start. Or, you know. Our jobs are never done.
Agreed.
Dang. Mart must have went on his beer run in the Back to the Future DeLorean because he got awful young.
Yeah, he did.
It's still on the table there.
Show off.
Huh?
Show off my coin.
Show off your coin. I don't know if they can see it or not. She wanted me to show you guys the coin that Nathan sent her.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, sweet.
It says, it's got the Second Amendment on the back of it. Come and take it. Yeah, there you go. He sent that.
Guns and guns.
Yeah, he sent that to the wife.
That's pretty cool.
He knows who to keep happy.
Now, is that her first piece of silver? Or?
That's her first piece of silver, yeah.
Cool.
Well, like the saying goes, happy wife, happy life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy.
Nope.
That's right.
That's her first piece of silver, but Nathan has sent me about nine pieces of silver. I keep trying to get him to stop, but he won't.
Yeah, that collecting silver is something else. I just kind of lightly got into it. I know I'd like to collect more of it, I stack more of it, but I don't have a stacker's budget.
No, me neither. I wouldn't have any if he hadn't sent me some.
I got a stacker's budget as long as it's pine cones.
Stacking some pine cones.
I like that.
I don't know, if I could just turn all the pills I have to take to the doctor into silver, I'd be rich.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, heck, yeah, I feel bad. I'm sitting here on this chat, and I'm looking at that picture of that dog over there, and I didn't even realize that was Alan Hoyt. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I just saw oh, yeah, I know where that picture's from.
Yeah, that's little Marty, bushcraft buddy dog.
Oh.
I love that little dog in the videos.
Boy, I tell you, when he sees me grab a pack or that Condor leg holster, oh my God, he goes nuts, jumps on the back of my leg, runs in circles around me, because he knows we're going to the woods.
Yeah. Now, Eric from Deranged Survival, he's got my favorite dog, which is Cow. That's my favorite dog. She's a pistol, boy. She's wide open.
She's a little trooper.
Oh yeah.
There's actually a few YouTubers that take their dogs along.
I would take mine, but he's too old. He's 15, and he's blind and deaf, and I'm afraid he would end up walking off from me.
Yeah.
I'd take mine, but he's a cotton picking horse and he pulls my wheelchair everywhere.
He's a what?
He's a horse.
Oh. He's a horse.
I mean, you put him in front of a wheelchair and it'd be just like a horse-drawn carriage going down the road. Full speed.
You know, it's funny that you say that because I was thinking about as a joke making some little paper mache or something packs and putting them on Marty.
I've seen people with packs for dogs, but they're generally bigger dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna do it as a joke. Like, have it set up and like have a hole in the ground and like pull some huge thing out of this fake pack.
That'd be fun.
He's a mighty dog. You hear me say his name, he's staring at me. I think the next time I should probably fire up the laptop and log on.
I gotta get a webcam.
You guys probably rather see Marty than me anyway.
What are you doing? Get you to eat.
Oh, look at that webcam on eBay, $5.
I'm using an old Logitech camera. I probably got it 10 years ago, and I almost forgot I had it, you know, before I started doing these videos and stuff. And a buddy of mine said, well, you can use that to do chats. And heck, I didn't even realize it'd work. And like I said, it's probably about 10 years old.
I dug out one of my old webcams and plugged it in. I have Windows 8 now, and it said, not compatible. The camera is too old.
Well, I hope you guys,
I'm gonna have to shoot. I'm gonna have to try to shoot some of the videos this summer of my boat races too.
That'd be cool.
I do water rescue for APBA. It's kind of hard to run the rescue boat and videotape, but maybe I'll take someone with me and have them shoot some video.
There you go. Well, I'm gonna mute out here, guys, and enjoy my supper while I listen to you guys chat. I got no Mark. What kind of beer did you go get?
Hi everybody, I just got some trouble as I just want to let you guys, I love you guys. I just want to give you a big hug and a smoochie. And Sue, you're a swell Joe too, I tell you. I'll show you.
I was wondering if you put pants on to go to the store or not.
Oh God, I forgot to put my pants on. I'm drinking something called Steel. We have blackberry, we have fruit punch. And for some reason, when you mix the two together, they taste great.
That's that stuff that was caught on fire on the top of the can one time, wasn't it?
Oh, I couldn't hear you. The kid's back over there talking in the background again.
So that was the stuff you had in the one video that you put a fire on the top of it, wasn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep. That was the blackberry.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if I told you guys, but I got the opportunity to be a part of a survival school.
Cool.
Yeah, I've been following that.
Yeah, it's my well, now he's my buddy, but a couple weeks ago, or about a month ago, I went to a survival school, and basically, I was teaching them new things. And it was a couple kids that are big into the business world, and basically love the outdoors. They go camping, hiking all the time, and I basically started talking with them, conversating with them, and they came up with the idea to start a school. And they had a class, I forget what it was, about a couple weeks ago, and they only had 2 students, and I attended the class, and experience the whole thing.
Hey, we're on live chat. There's like 10 billion people watching us here on YouTube, and you're calling us. Here's your daughter.
Is Cookie calling again?
My mother-in-law. They just don't understand the behind the scenes. Have y'all ever done that? I mean, I record with a cell phone, so it's really bad. And you're recording your video, and all of a sudden somebody calls in on that very cell phone that you're trying to record on. That is aggravating. There's a lot of outtakes y'all ain't seen.
That's like trying to be up with Bull Craven, and his phone's always getting a text.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Derange, you want to hear more about that school you was talking about?
I'm in the works of basically putting a class together, and it's going to be basically all my ideas, all their ideas, all combined into one. And it's basically the beginning stages of my dream. So about a year ago, I started making YouTube videos about the outdoors, camping and everything, and I basically went full force with it. Every fucking weekend I had off, I'd spend it in the woods, learning, watching YouTube videos, buying books and everything, and now I finally have the opportunity to basically teach others and basically follow my dreams.
That is so cool.
That's awesome.
I know.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, I was watching. Oh my God, I can't remember his name. I feel bad when I forget their name. He's up in Canada or Sault Ste. Marie area, something like that. He subscribed to my channel, and I subbed him back and was watching a few of his videos here like last week. And he had these really cool little people refer to them as caches, but they're soda bottle preforms. Have you seen these? The cap is a 2-liter bottle or a 20-ouncer. They're all the same. So that if the cap ever wears out, you could just take one off a bottle. But what it is, it's a test tube looking thing, and it's the 2-liter before it's sold to Mountain Dew or Pepsi or Coke or whoever, and then they heat them in their machine and blow them up into a 2-liter. So it's just this vial with a sealed cap. They're really cool. I got them. He was using them on his hunting kit, and he had rice in one, beans in one. Oh my God, Mark!
Yeah.
Hey, I was asked to put this thing on, so this is a shout out not only to Ranger Cookie, but to Mark Martin out there in the external. All I did was take my hat off.
All I did was take my hat off.
Where's the lipstick at, Mark?
Let me stick it back on now. All right, there we go. Now we're back in business.
Man, I wish
Tammy
my
said,
hair was.
Tammy said you should go blonde.
Hey, Mark, I gotta ask you: is Ranger Kooky like that without being in videos? Is he like that 24/7?
All right, let me back up. I don't want to make a long story here, but let me back up since you asked that question. Before I ever met him, Donnie Pavlini, y'all know Donnie, hopefully you do. I asked him, he says, Mark, he said, Ranger is not, he's not like that in real life. He actually has more sense. Okay, so that's all I knew to go with. He shows up, and I see him at my job. He shows up at my job. And, you know, totally unannounced.
Okay, I'll call him.
And I recognized who he was because of the videos, and he said, "Hey, I'm Ranger Cookie." He didn't tell me his real name. He just told me his YouTube channel name. So, okay, I'm Mark from Manland. And so we, you know, kind of shook hands and kind of hugged a little bit, you know, because you feel like you know this person even though you're meeting them for the very first time.
He's a sweet.
Then the next thing I know, he is exactly like he is in front of the damn camera. I mean, he is just that freaking crazy. Now that's just my opinion, so I'll let Tom put his explanation in there because I watched his video after I met Ranger Cookie. All right, now I've met Ranger Cookie. We've done a little video together. I watched him, and I could see him. And I don't think Tom realized it. He was like, he was doing everything that I was doing at the time. I said, oh, he finally got the cookie adventure.
Well, I missed that.
Hello.
Yeah, I've got videos up of camping with Ranger Cookie, and he's exactly in real life like he is in front of the camera.
He actually is, y'all. Let me say this right here. He really is a brilliant individual.
Yeah, he is very smart.
Guys, that he knows a lot of stuff. It's common sense that it's like, okay, it may not quite be there. It's like short things.
I like those.
What it is, Tom, dyslexia and.
Yeah, he is really smart, but he has trouble getting that across to people because of his dyslexia. He can't communicate real well.
Well, all I got to say is you guys must have had a blast while he was there, because he is funny as hell on his videos.
Oh, man, yeah.
There is not a single time that I have not, pissed myself laughing so hard.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show my sensitive side. But when he did that video where the people carved just the tent stake for him,
Oh, okay.
I was pretty moved by that.
I don't know.
That he was. I mean, you could tell he was very touched, and it meant a lot to him.
So I'll call and let him know.
Okay. Ranger tries very hard to get subscribers to his channel. Okay, he works very hard at it, and he questions me every time. He says, why do I have the subscribers that you have? I said, dude, I've been doing this 3 years, and this is where I'm at in 3 years. You've only been doing this less than a year, so you have to build up to it. So I don't have the magic answer to it. But he works so hard at trying to gain not only viewers but YouTube friends that it's kind of obsessive in a way. Right. His whole life is dedicated to what he does. And he's not a bad character at all. He loves to be friends with everybody.
I agree.
It's that excessive personality that some people may not be attracted to, you know, as far as a friendship thing. But he's really genuine. He wouldn't hurt nobody. He would give you not only the shirt off of his back, to anybody's back who considered that he gave a shirt, he'll take it from them and give it to you. He is that kind of person. He really wants to help the community. He loves what he does. And
I agree.
Totally befriended Grumpy Guy, by the way. I mean, those two, man, they hooked up. They bumped off, hit it real well.
Yeah, I watched their whole 4 days together.
Except when Grumpy Guy left. It looked to me like Grumpy Guy was ready to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, no.
The Grumpy Guy like, give me this, give me that. Okay, all right, where am I going to put this in? All right, let's shove it in the back. See you later.
Just throw it back in the damn truck.
No, the Martin there, I'm going to let you know. Martin asked a question after his girl. But Ranger Cookie is pretty much what he appears to be in front of the camera.
Come on, baby.
Behind the camera, if you get him off the camera without trying to perform, he really is intelligent. This guy showed me every kind of magic trick there was when it came to playing cards. He's brilliant. He's kind of one of those people. I used to have a fire chief that was that way. That had that photographic memory. Could name you every species of deer, not only here in the United States, but in Africa and every other country. Brilliant. extremely brilliant. But he has that lack of ability to come across as a serious individual when he's talking to you. But when he's talking to you, I mean, he really is serious. If you get to sit him down, make sure the cameras ain't on, and you and him are just having a conversation, that he's pretty much normal every day, that type of thing. But he does break into the silliness every once in a while. Mine's an act. I mean, I'm all an act. I have a very, contrary to belief right here, I have a very introverted personality. I keep within myself all the time. But when I get behind the camera, or in front of the camera right now, I should say, it changes. And Cookies does change somewhat, but he goes into that, what do you call that? Eccentric type of character. And I don't know if it's because he's like really trying too hard.
That's it.
That could be it.
This is his facade.
Hey, I tell you what, if you meet him for the first time, and I guarantee you will not regret it.
Did anybody see his video of what he does when he's burnt out? I'm not a video gamer by no means, but I was totally impressed when I saw his setup and playing the games. I just didn't expect that from him.
Yeah, he's running 3 different characters.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't keep up with myself.
I get dizzy playing them things.
But that's how.
What game does he play?
He could do 50,000 things. The only advice that I can give him when we were talking about it, and Donnie Pavlini as well, I don't know about Tom, but he was asking me seriously about YouTube videos, what he could do to improve his video. And I said, dude, you got to stop that camera, put it on a tripod or something. You're moving around too much. You're making people dizzy as hell.
Yeah.
With it. And he still has a problem with that, but so we're working with him as far as the videography that goes, that goes with it. But I don't think it's like me. I love to edit my videos and stuff. I like trying to do different camera angles and that type of thing.
Yeah.
But when you get into someone like what Scrambled O is getting into now, where he's doing all these video edits and all these different scenes and cuts and back and forth, it makes a real professional looking YouTube video.
It's so time consuming.
It's very.
We'd love to know how to do it, though.
All that yourself.
Did anybody see the series that Nature Calls was doing on that? He was doing a series on the different angles, audio. It's a pretty good series.
If any of you guys record your mics, external mics, the mic I use is on sale right now. It's $30. I record my my video and audio separately, and I have a cheap audio recorder, and the mic I use is on sale for $30 right now. It's like a $60, $70 mic.
Now, I got a question on that. Now, you say you record your audio separate.
Yep.
Does your camera have a connection? I have a JVC, and I don't think my camera has a connection for an external. Or am I misunderstanding?
No, mine doesn't have it either. So what I do is I turn on my audio recorder, and then I basically say what I'm doing. Like, okay, I'm recording a video about walking in the woods on the trail, and then I'll turn my camera on, and I'll say the same thing. I'm starting to walk on the trail, and then I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then when I edit the video, I can easily sync up the audio. It's complex.
Good tip.
That is so sneaky.
Do now.
That shit is not easy. All you hear when I'm recording.
Now, see, and I always thought about doing more of that, but I always was kind of more. Well, I'm the budget bushcrafter, so I was more of just very little editing, keeping it real type thing.
That's the way I am, Alan. I feel the same way.
That's the way I do it too.
Yeah. And like if I screw up or it doesn't work, I don't edit it out. I leave it in there.
I agree.
Because that stuff really happens.
Agree.
Y'all know I leave it in there.
The only thing I don't like, I don't want somebody sit and watch me do some mundane task for 30 minutes.
Right, yeah, if I'm like batoning wood or something,
right.
like obviously I'm going to baton wood for like a half hour to get the right amount of materials, and then I edit that stuff out. And then obviously I put the good botanic in the video.
That's why I'm
where I
trying to
slice on
learn
the side and nothing happens.
That's a lot of what I do too, Alan. Is the same idea. Like I'll turn around and if I'm out by myself or if I'm out with Cold Crave, and we do the same thing. It's kind of like, we might, oh my God, we might turn around and take 2, 3, sometimes 4 hours of video, but yet when you come home and you edit through it and stuff like that, then you cut it down to your whatever 15, 20 minutes, half hour max kind of thing.
Stop it!
And see, that's where I have problems, go out for a weekend thing, like you said, and have several hours worth of video, and then I start editing. I hate setting it myself. If it's a half hour long, I go, I got to cut it more. I got to cut it more. I don't like having more than 14 minutes or so. And
right.
I hate that I lose so much, but I don't want to prolong it too much, or and I don't know. I haven't found that happy balance yet.
Well, I guess I shouldn't say I don't edit them, because I do cut out to make it shorter.
Again, I'd like to give a very big thank you for all you fabulous people. I mean, look at the panel here. We've got well-known faces here.
Woo!
I mean, y'all are here. This is unbelievable. This is like having the first annual Southern Bushcraft Rendezvous. I can't believe I got that right.
Where's the cue card?
Donnie shortened it down and called it the VOO.
But you know what the problem is, though, Mart? I feel like the left out. I'm the crazy Canuck, the only one here.
Everybody, pretty much everybody here, though. I mean, gee,
I'm gonna reveal a secret.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, if, like a few of you guys know, maybe that I'm on 16 acres, and traveling down to like Bob 808 night, they have that get together way down south and stuff. That's too far for me to go for a weekend. And I'm right here on the National Forest, and there's all kinds of trailheads and stuff. And
Wait, where?
we got a few. I'm in Michigan, right next to the Manistee National Forest.
Oh yeah, I'm all the way up north.
Oh, Michigan, you're way the hell beyond.
Well,
I'm farther.
I'm thinking about getting a hold of M.I. Woodsman and 39 Camper and seeing if we can't do a northern. Yeah, Timber Wookie. Let's see if we can't get a northern bushcraft meetup started.
When y'all do
There's no job because it's not showing you.
when y'all do get together, there's one thing that you need to force yourself to do. Break out the video camera and start recording.
Oh, yeah.
None of us, when we got down here at this meeting, wanted to even turn the camera on. And I think Sue can attest to that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We just wanted to sit there and hug everybody and talk to them, and that's why there's not a whole lot of video out there. I mean, out of everybody that showed up, hardly any video. So set it on a tripod, turn it on, and capture what you can capture.
You know, I agree with that. That weekender that I went out on, I was in one corner shooting a video about something. Rear Wolf was over in another corner shooting something. Survive Without was shooting a video, and here comes Bob 808 Night walking right up in the middle. And we got our cameras all going, so we all kind of got to turn around and catch him coming into camp. And that was kind of cool. He kind of surprised us the last morning.
Yeah, that was wild. Who was that out there trying to hide in the grass?
Oh, that was Survive Without Travis. He's the one I was saying. He's we're trying to I can't even talk now. Trying to do another get together this weekend. Survive Without.
He is. By the way, Lee, how did that turn out? I mean, how did that come about? When y'all did this challenge, each of you decided to make each other a so-called survival bag, and you ended up with rocks in a garbage bag.
Yeah, we had 4 items, and you couldn't tell the other guy what you were bringing until you got there, and we didn't even know who was getting whose pack. We just, ended up flipping a coin for it, and of course, I'm the least experienced of the bunch, and Survive Without was the most experienced, and guess what? I got his pack.
It looked, hey, on the video, it looked like you were the most experienced.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, it truly did. I thought you had prepared the so-called survival bag well.
Well, thank you.
Swapping packs.
I do have a question, Lee. Did you ever practice? Did you ever practice opening a can with a rock further?
Yes, actually, yeah. And I talked to Travis. I actually want to try again, even if it's just on my own, to get another piece of chert like that. And believe me, I was surprised. It was as sharp as a knife. I was really surprised by that. But I would like to try it again and see if I can cut my materials, cut my bow drill with that, and again, probably use a shirt for the bow drill string. And, I just want to try it again.
The opening the can with the rock, if you could find one big enough, is rub the can on the rock, not the rock on the can.
Yeah.
You can actually grind the ring off.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
that's mostly.
Well, see, here's where we had a little bit of issue when we first did this. And you can see we were at a lake, camping lake. And I thought, and I was under the impression that we were using the 4 items. And then as it came about, we could use what we found. So I was first going, I have a can of chili, a rock, a t-shirt, and a plastic bag. What am I supposed to do with this?
Leah said,
that?
how am I going to use this trash bag to open up this damn can of chili?
Just about.
I mean, it would be my luck to get a daggum weed eater string and a rubber chicken. I mean,
well, and then Outdoorsman's Paradise, he actually lucked out because he had seen my fire roll, and so he had a little bit of clue of what to do with that.
Oh, Lee, let me ask you this question here right quick.
Yeah.
On a video pass you had, it's kind of a rant video you did here, and it was about the Ruddigero that you had some commenters. Can you go into detail about that? I mean, what was their big deal? They didn't believe the fact that this actually worked, or?
A little combination of that and like, okay, so you can sit on your floor and roll that up. So what's that going to do for you in the woods? You know, you'd never actually be able to get a fire going with that thing. You know, just being stupid.
Yeah, because Sue of Susan Volunteer gave us all pre-rolled Ruddigero. The only problem with it is that they were actually too fat.
Mm-hmm.
All I had to do was actually unroll it, and I did steal some ash from another fire when I re-rolled it. I put it that way.
Cheater!
But that was the only thing that was negative. But and y'all have not seen it on my video yet. I haven't uploaded it, but I've got a fire going, and it was Grumpy guy that was recording it.
Cool.
He actually got it recorded to where I actually got the thing to light up. But he cut away and went back to them while I actually blew it into flame, and I used charcoal, of course, and had it going there in my little fire pit.
Now you said you were using a bigger piece of cotton at first.
Yeah, I mean, when she had it rolled up like it was like a. Sue, how do you describe that?
Well, it was the size of a cigarette.
Not the size of a cigarette, but it had a big fat ball in the center of it.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I learned to do it was to widen the cotton ball out real flat.
Thinner.
Sprinkle the agent that you're using about 1/3,
Mm-hmm.
and then roll it up like a nice tight blunt.
Stay right there.
And that's kind of what it looks like. It looks like a buddy of mine walked in when I was practicing that in my room here, and he seen them all. He said, "What do you smoke?" He saw them all laying around on the floor.
Like you're rolling the joints.
But that's about what they look like. And, I found that you don't need any more than a half a piece of cotton ball once you've got it unrolled. And I've actually gone to more of just dipping the cotton ball into the ash instead of putting it on it. I have better luck.
Yeah, that's one thing I know, because when I did the whole, when I do the whole roll, or I did the whole roll, as I'm rolling it between the two planks, it usually splits in two, or I tear it in two. The first attempt didn't work, so I used a piece of the second one to keep on going.
Well,
and then it catches up. So the smaller piece actually worked better.
Well, two things I found is if you're going to put it on the inside of the cotton, if you have any lumps in the ash, it will just tear the heck out of your cotton ball. So, you know, you can get it as sifted or as clean as you can. That helps. I think that's why just dipping the cotton in the ash does a better job. You're not ending up with them big chunks of charcoal, if you would, you know, burnt pieces that weren't ashed down yet.
That's what I've noticed, and I use Comet Cleanser,
Mm-hmm.
the lookalike Comet Cleanser. I've used household that you put out in your gardens. I've used that. It worked real well. Cigarette ash. I smoke Swisher Sweets.
All I see is the
I
reflection.
used that. It worked real well.
Have you tried aspirin yet?
I'm actually thinking about trying a bottle of aspirin.
Eyeballs on your head.
First the aspirin up and see if that works with the cotton.
Really?
I don't know if it will or not, but I'm kind of curious.
Well, I don't see why it wouldn't, because someone used coffee grounds the other day.
Well, this thing works, and it works real well. And you don't have to have a cotton ball. You can actually do this out there with, I think, Spanish moss and old man's beard. All kinds of natural tenders. It just takes a lot more practice to get used to it, though.
I imagine you could probably use cattail fluff, cottontail fluff.
Yeah.
No, for funny.
If you could catch him.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
I just got a text from Cole Cravey. Just turned around and saying he's going to log in and check out the chat.
Cool. Where's he going to be at? I'll send him a link. He probably won't get on it to cut picker. I know him. He likes his privacy.
Oh, he's got a cam, and he could talk.
Well, he needs to get on this thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, now, Alan, I was going to ask, that one you saw with the coffee, was that Boggy Creek Beast?
I don't remember. I actually saw it on my
Looks so big too.
on my my Instagram.
It's actually Boggy Creek Beast that I learned this whole thing from to begin with.
Yeah, he's great at this. I learned so much watching his videos, and he's willing to teach. Me and him were sending PMs back and forth. He was having me, do a video of what I was doing, and I would send it to him privately, and he'd look at it, and he'd give me suggestions on what to do. Great guy. Sadly, he had to back off a little bit. He had somebody trolling him pretty bad, but
He's hell on wheels with a hand drill too.
yeah.
Yeah, and that is something I'm not good at.
So Cole's in the chat, Mark, but he don't have a cam.
I tried goldenrod, and I think, who was that? I think it was David West or somebody. I can't remember who it was. But anyway, they took two goldenrods, they put it together, they kind of like taped them together, and he was sitting there using that as a hardboard, and I got out there on my lunch break, and I did this thing, and I'm like, all I did was drill through it. I didn't get an ounce of black nothing nowhere. I'm like, man, come on. I know it works, but why can't I do it?
Hey, Mark,
Goldenrod.
Cole Craven's there in the chat now.
No.
Goldenrod on cedar, but use the white wood, not the red center.
Free and wake him. I don't know who Mark Martin is.
Now I'm not the only Canadian. We got Cole Craven in the chat.
Wayne.
Cole, I don't know where to send the link to you, brother, so I'm going to put it on your YouTube your private message on YouTube. You don't have to have a camera as long as you can talk.
Did you hear that, Corn? You get your mic up, don't you?
What's going on here?
What?
Oh, poor puppy.
Somebody don't sound happy.
Some puppy dog don't sound.
It's fine.
Oh.
She's locked out. No, we probably did everybody over there that was listening. Here, move this stuff. Move this.
He says he can't join the chat there if you notice that, Mark. He's got people in the room so he can't turn his cam on or his mic.
Now, Deranged Survival.
What's going on?
You're down Louisiana?
No.
Or
Up north.
You're north. For some reason I thought you were south.
Nope.
Okay, y'all sent the link to Cole. Let's see if he gets it here.
He was just saying, Mark, that he can't turn on his mic or anything tonight. He's got people in the room with him.
Then get out of the room.
3, 4.
I told him he should come over here. He's not that far away.
Yeah, I'm in little old Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
A little baby state.
Rhode Island. I used to work with the people from Rhode Island.
Yeah, how the joke go when you're riding on the interstate? Says, welcome to Rhode Island. Says, you are now leaving Rhode Island.
So you definitely
exactly how it works.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, hello.
I
My name is Eric.
I have a question for Tom.
Yeah.
Did you ever figure out what exactly was building up pressure or whatever that was that air escaping on your forge?
I still had the circular tin piece that I used to make the circle in the middle. It was still in there, and I believe it wasn't allowing it to breathe. Like it was getting hot, but it didn't have, the air didn't have no place to escape to because that metal tube was still in there. Because I knocked that tube out and it quit. You know, it was able to expel the hot air then that was building up in the sand and stuff.
You need to stop standing in front of you. You're killing me with that smell. You need to go take a bath, get the stuff off of you.
Does that make any sense?
That's it here.
What is smell like perfume? Let me see.
Some gas pass there, Mark?
What was that?
I said some gas pass there? You look like you passed out for a second.
That boy in the shower or something come out there and put all kind of manly perfume on, and he's about to make me sick as hell.
Oh God, yeah.
I think he poured the whole bottle on his butt. Lord have mercy. You better not light no lighter.
Got to be that axe spray.
Yeah, just let a match near him. Woof. So much.
My oldest son was like that. Oh my God, you spray that stuff come out of the shower, you'd be gagging.
I don't want to smell it no more. Go away.
All right, who's got jokes?
Yeah, and hit play. I got a great idea for you. Go out there and lay down the highway and count the mufflers as they go by. You can't get kids to get out the house no more, I tell you. Ooh.
Well, Lee's working on his grandkids.
As a matter of fact, he sure is. I saw that video.
Don't get me wrong, I do computer gaming too, but man, some of these kids, they get home from school and they don't even come out of their room.
My thing was, my mama couldn't get us to come back inside after it was dark. We wanted to stay out all night long.
I remember one time, my parents got divorced when I was in the 5th grade, and when I was in high school, we came home from school, nice sunny day, summer day, and my mom came home from work, and we were all sitting in the house watching TV. And she got so disgusted that she grabbed the TV and threw it in the garbage can. We didn't have a TV for 3 years.
Wow.
And it was the best thing she could have did for us, because we spent every day outside after that.
Okay, who was it that asked for a joke? I just found a good one.
All right.
That was me.
Okay, here's a good joke. I just looked this one up and found it. It's pretty cool. It says, what has 4 eyes but cannot spell?
A bushcrafter.
Mississippi.
That's actually true, y'all.
So, Mark, here's one. I just looked this up from Mississippi. It says, what's the difference between a university and a southern Mississippi sorority sister and a scarecrow?
Getting caught?
One lives in a field and is stuffed with hay, and the other frightens birds and small animals.
Where was the toothbrush invented?
God knows.
Tennessee.
South Carolina. Because if it would have been invented anywhere else, it would have been called a teeth brush.
Oh, wait a minute, I resemble that.
That's good. Well, I guess I gotta tell you the Mississippi blonde joke, okay? 2 Mississippi blondes are sitting out there on the Gulf Coast and they're looking up in the air. The first blonde says, "Is that the sun or is that the moon?" The second blonde says, "Gee, I don't know nothing around here either."
I'm gonna show you something. See that blonde hair?
Yeah, it didn't look like you was showing them your hair, babe. Quit. Don't worry about it.
How can you tell a blonde's been using your computer?
I know this one.
There's whiteout on the screen.
It's what?
How can you tell a blonde's been using your computer? There's whiteout on the screen.
That was weird. I just got removed from the chat.
Uh-oh, Jason just went bye-bye.
Yeah, he just got removed again, if it looks like.
Oh, wait.
What do you call 4 blondes standing shoulder to shoulder?
He just went bye-bye. Boom. Jason?
A wind tunnel.
Yeah.
Without going too far, how does the blonde turn the light on after sex? Yep.
I missed it too. Sorry.
Opens the car door.
Oh, open.
I gotta remember.
What's a blonde mother say to her blonde daughter when she's going out on her first date?
Oh Lord. Oh.
If you're not in bed by 10, come home.
Why do blondes wear hoop earrings?
Something to hold their legs in.
Yeah. So they got a place. Well, it's actually so they got a place to put their high heels.
Uh-huh. Huh?
That's like another one. Okay, this is kind of a bad one, but why do blondes wear panties?
I don't know.
Need something to keep their ankles warm. All right, enough with the blonde jokes. What's that brunette's mating call? Is the blonde gone yet?
All right, here's a bad one. It's clean, but it's bad. Why do tampons have strings?
Oh no.
Let me guess. Gotta do
Because
something
crabs
with
like the ones
flossing.
you jump to.
That's a good one.
See, the bad part is my jokes are from growing up with rednecks, and I can't say half of them on here.
You hear about the one when the blonde went to the hospital? The blonde went to the doctor saying, everywhere I touch, it just hurts, even my hair. The doctor asked, how long have you been blonde? Forever. You got a broken finger.
This lady was driving down the road. She seen a blonde sitting in a rowboat out in the middle of a cow pasture. And she got all mad and she slammed on the brakes and she jumped out and she goes, you know, it's blondes like you that give us a bad name. And if I knew how to swim, I'd come out there and kick your ass.
I have told this one here several times, but I want y'all to understand that this is a play on words, and you can take this how you want to. I shouldn't really tell this because there might be youngsters out there listening and they might take it the wrong way. But if you're underage and you're watching this, you must turn this off now.
I'll be going, guys.
Sorry, guys, I gotta go.
Yeah, they're saying that there's this birch tree. Y'all know what birch bark is, right? Birch tree. Okay, so you
Sexy
understand.
motherfucker.
Yeah, you hear what I'm saying? Birch.
I got a whole lot of that stuff around.
Birch.
Now,
We got no birch. What's birch? No fatwood here.
there's also a beech tree. Okay, you know what a beech tree is?
Got those.
What I'm saying? Beech tree.
Yeah. I love me the beach.
Good. All right, there's this birch tree and beech tree out in the woods, and the wind is blowing and they're swaying together, and they're having this wonderful conversation enjoying the day. The birch tree looks down there between the birch tree and the beech tree and sees this young sapling growing. And the birch tree says, look down there, beech tree. He said, there's a son of a birch. And the other one said, no, that's a son of a beech. He said, no, it's a birch. He says, no, it's a son of a beech. They got to arguing back and forth, and finally this woodpecker comes by. The birch tree says, you know what, I'll tell you what, let's ask this woodpecker. He's an expert on wood. He said, hey, Mr. Woodpecker, can you tell us what kind of tree that is? He says, I don't know just yet. He says, but give me just a second, I'll find out. So he perches himself just right, He starts to drilling on the tree with his beak, you know. He said, well, what is it? Is it a son of a birch or a son of a beech? He said, neither one. That's the best piece of ash I ever stuck my pecker in.
Oh no.
Bushcrafting humor.
Would
Oh,
he get it
man.
with cross a donkey with an onion?
Uh-oh.
He's had some bring tears to your eyes.
Yep.
I think we need to talk about paracord now.
Yeah, that works tie enough for the old lady.
He says knowingly.
I'll never tell.
Where's Cole Craven? I know he's got 1,000 of them.
You have some blank paper? Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to cut this thing short here, but it seems like Mrs. Manland is getting ready to have to go to work. So you want me to say goodbye to you now or later? Bye. Okay, let's keep on talking.
Well, good night, Miss Manland.
She's got 1 more hour, she says.
Yeah, you're on here for the night now, I guess.
Pretty much.
Woohoo!
This was a test just for tomorrow, y'all.
We'll have to be here tomorrow. We'll just keep going. Didn't you know
Well,
that's what it was?
I seen it was a test, but I couldn't break the streak. I had to be here for it.
That's right. I think Alan's been here the very first time that I did not realize I was on live.
I missed all the other ones, so I had to be on this one.
That was too funny.
I don't know. I was not in a very funny. It was funny to me.
I'm trying to draw goats. Let's see my goat.
You know, me and Outdoorsman's Paradise did that one time. We thought we were on a private chat, the two of us, and we were just cutting up and having a few beers more than we should. All of a sudden, we realized we was live, and he was busy trying to kill the video. We were cutting all kinds of jokes. But a little bit worse.
Whew, I didn't realize I knew that many cuss words.
Didn't know what it's for.
Well, if this is the test, say it again.
How do you sink a submarine with bonds? Full of bonds.
Wow, he just went totally knocked on chipmunk.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he said, "How do you sink a submarine full of blondes?"
Oh.
What's the
Install a
punchline?
screen door?
Knock on the door.
Knock
on the door.
That's pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah. That's a good one.
I can't believe you guys are all on here and not watching the presidential debates.
Oh, we won't even go there.
So is Donald Trump going to win?
Oh, it got quiet. I'm still undecided about Trump.
The only good thing I've heard about him was he's pro Second Amendment.
He was what?
Pro Second Amendment.
Oh, yes, yeah. I'm kind of torn between him
Oh,
and
we
Cruz.
lost Sue.
I wish we could get the Second Amendment up here.
Be the 51st? Well, I guess if it was Obama, you'd be 52nd state.
Yeah.
Out of 55.
Yeah, oh, 55?
Did you hear about the new thing in California where cops can take away your gun?
Your mic's messing up or
You're,
something there, Jason. You sound like a chipmunk that's 50 miles away.
Hear me now?
It's still really low.
It's almost like your internet speed dropped or something.
Let me up or refresh on this. I'll be back.
So if you guys down
Everybody's
there,
dropping out.
so with you guys down there with the gun control and stuff like that, you just have to like go and turn around and get a special license or something like that. Like my understanding that I've heard is you can basically just go in and they send away your paperwork or something like that, and if it comes back good, then you can purchase a firearm.
They actually do it on
Yeah,
the
there's-
phone. They don't have to send it away. They just do it over the phone. You can buy the gun right then and there and take it out with you.
Really?
Yeah. But all the gun laws are different for each state. As to concealed carry and whatnot.
Right. That's what I heard. Yeah. Like here in Canada, you actually have to turn around and take a course, or you can challenge the course and you can write the test, and then you get what we call your FAC, so that you can turn around and purchase. But even then, it depends. Like we have 3 different types of license. There's your standard, which is non-restricted firearms, that allows you to buy like long guns and things like that. And then you have your handgun, which is a separate license, and then you turn around and have your restricted firearms.
You can own any kind of handgun or rifle or whatever. You know, as long as it's not semi or fully automatic, you can go in and buy anything you want as long as it's not fully automatic.
Right.
Unless you're a felon or have been convicted of domestic violence.
Right. Well, that's like us here. Like I know, I just turned around and purchased not that long ago an SKS, and I know that I was talking to a couple of guys on YouTube from the States that were saying about that you guys get them down there as well. But here in Canada, they're pinned so that you can only fit 5 rounds in them, because the maximum you can have in a semi is 5 rounds here in Canada. Whereas, you know, by manufacturer, they hold 10 rounds. But up here, because of the law and the way it is, they have to be pinned so that you can only get 5 in it.
The number of round restrictions those are state by state. Here in Kentucky, we don't have any kind of round restrictions or any kind of restrictions that I can think of. Unless you carry concealed, you have to have a permit, which I have a permit. But you can open carry.
Right.
Legally, you can open carry a long gun or a pistol, anything you want.
Oh wow!
With any number of rounds that you want.
Huh? That's wild. Wild the difference.
Here in Michigan, they had a round ban for a while, but they removed it again. And I bought a pistol during the ban that was allowed because it was a pre-ban pistol. It was already up for sale before the ban took effect.
Right.
So everybody else could only buy pistols with up to a 10-round mag, and I walked out of the store with a pistol that came with 2 14-round mags.
Oh wow!
I forgot what state it is, but you have to have like a plug inside of a shotgun or something like that.
Well, that's waterfowl. Waterfowl, you must, in Michigan, you must have a plug in your gun that can only have 3 rounds.
I think it's like that here in Kentucky too. For the hunters,
Too many dollars.
you can't carry a 30-round magazine if you're hunting deer.
You can't shoot with your left hand, or you're gonna go to jail. Now in North Carolina, you can own the firearms, the long rifles and stuff like that. You'll go through a background check when you buy it. You're like over the computer, over the phone. Like with a pistol, to buy a pistol, you have to go through the sheriff's office and get a permit to buy it from them, which they will run a background check, takes you a week to get it back. And then you could also go through a concealed carry class, which takes like 8 straight hours, and then going to the range and you get your concealed carry permit. But there's no limit on ammunition that you can carry.
That's wild.
Yeah. See, when I bought my first pistol, I went in to our sheriff's department, and they fingerprint you and make a file and do the background check. But ever since the first time, all I have to do now is just go in there and say, I need a permit to purchase, and you pull your file and just hand it to you because the background check's already been done.
Okay, yeah. See, we actually have a license when we get ours, a license that we have to, well, you get it from the RCMP, but it's just like on a card. It's got your picture and everything on it. And then on the back of it, it turns around and tells like what you're authorized to turn around and purchase or whatever. And you have to show it when you go into somewheres, but it registers with the RCMP. But we don't have to register the firearm.
Yes, no. I wish they'd almost do that, because like if we go to a gun show or something, we go to the sheriff's department, get a permit to purchase, and they say, well, how many do you want? And you're like, well, I don't know, I might buy 1 gun, or I might buy 10 if they're $1 a piece or something, you know. Who knows?
So basically, you need to get that license every time you purchase a firearm.
Well, it's not a license. It just shows that the background check's been done on you and you're legal to buy one.
Oh, okay.
And then when you buy it, they fill out the paperwork. They fill that card out, and then you go back to the sheriff's station and actually register the gun that you bought. So you can go in and get 10 permits to purchase and only buy 3 handguns, and then go back and register those. They do a safety check and write down the serial numbers and all that.
Huh.
See, here in Kansas, we used to have concealed carry. We don't have that anymore. Now we have constitutional carry. But if you go to buy a weapon, you know, like from sporting goods or a gun show or something, if you buy it from a licensed dealer, you have to go through the background check, you know, which is, you said earlier, just a phone call. They check on you. You know, you get approved or not approved. So it's pretty easy, like if you want to go buy a shotgun or a, you know, rifle for hunting, something like that. And like I said, they used to be a little bit more stringent on pistols. You know, you had to go to the concealed carry and everything before you could carry one. But then, like I said, it's just in this last year we went to a constitutional carry. You don't need anything. As long as you're approved to carry that gun, you can carry it.
So
concealed?
No, you're not concealed. You can put it on your hip and walk down the street if you want.
Oh, open carry.
Open carry. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry, but constitutional open carry.
So by the sounds of it, from what you guys are all saying, is that in the U.S., it's basically the Second Amendment, if I'm correct. The Second Amendment is kind of your federal law that says you guys are allowed to carry, but then it goes down to what each state says that you can turn around and do within the state that you live. Get what I mean?
See, that's what the state wants you to think, but state cannot override federal law.
That makes sense. So that's what I'm saying. Where you're saying like some of you different states, like some of you are allowed to conceal carry, but then in other states you can't conceal carry, but you can open carry. Is that from the federal government or is that from the state itself?
No, you can open carry probably just about anywhere, but to concealed carry anywhere you have to have a concealed weapons permit to have it hidden. But I think you can open carry anywhere in the U.S.
But that's what I'm getting at. So is the concealed carry by the state only?
Yes.
Well, right now, they're actually working on a thing because people are complaining that if I'm going down to my brother's and driving through 2 states, I can't have my gun. So they're thinking there's a bill up for a vote on making it, when you get your concealed weapons permit, that it is a nationwide.
Okay. So all this stuff that they're talking about that I see in the news and stuff, and they're talking about for you guys in the States about the Second Amendment and trying to change it, is it they're ones are trying to take it away that you can't carry anymore and it's going to be more like us here in Canada, or is it something different?
No, they're trying to take our guns.
So they're trying to take it away that you can't own them at all.
Pretty much. See, people don't know. I don't want to talk politics, but
yeah, me
a
neither.
certain president,
I'm more curious for myself.
a certain president, Obama, has been trying to actually take the gun since he came into office, and a lot of people don't know that when he went to the UN and he presented his little thing to the UN about trying to get rid of these guns and supposedly Kuwait and Iraq and stuff, you know, where he tried to backdoor it, basically. If the UN adopted this policy, it would, because we're in the UN, it would have affected America, too. We would have all had to have turned in our guns.
Right.
So he tried, and he couldn't get Congress to take them from us, so he tried to get the UN to take them from us.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I did misspoke. We can.
Oh, that's weird, because that would almost sound like if he did that, though, if he did it as UN, that would affect all the countries within the UN. Like, that would even affect us.
Oh, the thing I was trying to say before my mic went out was like, now in California, police could take your gun without any reason, or without any warrants or anything like that, because of pre-crime or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they if they have a suspicion, they can take a gun for 30 days. If a judge thinks there might actually be a legitimate reason, they can keep your gun for a year.
Yeah, it's just more like I say, it wasn't again the politics. It was just more curiosity, because I hear a lot of it on the news, and I'm always curious in how the laws are definitely different down there compared to here, and that's one of the things. Like, from what I know and from what I've seen, it seems like your guys' gun laws are so much more laid back and relaxed compared to what ours are here in Canada, which are really strict.
You know, I misspoke. I went back and did some checking to make sure I was right. And yes, in Kansas, you can carry a concealed weapon without. You do not have to have a concealed carry license. Brownback, our governor, just signed that. It was either July. I think it was in July when he signed that into law.
Right. So that's kind of what I was getting at. Like, here in Canada, like, it seems like for you guys, like your gun laws, like you're saying, you have the Second Amendment, which basically gives every American citizen the right to bear arms. And then it basically sounds like it breaks down to each state has their little rulings or whatever that you're allowed to do. Whereas here in Canada, our laws, basically, our FAC, like the license, like they showed there earlier, that's basically issued to us from the federal government. So, in essence, I live in New Brunswick, but I can go to Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, Ontario. I can go anywhere at all in Canada and purchase a firearm. Now, each one of our provinces do have certain laws and regulations depending on what gun can be used and how it can be used and stuff like that. But they're pretty much from coast to coast. Our laws are identical no matter where you go.
I wonder if that would be, that us being technically a republic. Each state is a sovereign entity in itself. you know, but we through time have allowed the federal government to take over those rights or authority that they shouldn't. And so, you know, each state then can come up with the laws. It's just if the citizens are going to allow those laws to come into play that contradict the Constitution.
Right. And that's what it sounds like, yeah.
How much they're going to allow their state to overrun the Constitution.
Right. And that's definitely what it kind of sounds like to me too. Like I say, here in Canada, I was just done by the RCMP, so the same idea. Like if you want to turn around and get your FAC or whatever, like I said, you can go to your municipal natural resources, and you can either take a test, or you can take the course, or you can challenge the course and just write the test. And if you pass that, then they give you your mark that you passed, and they give you a piece of paper that shows you passed. Then you got to go and get your photo taken, like for a passport, and you got to send all that information to the RCMP, and then they do their check and security check and make sure you've never been involved with a crime or anything like that dealing with a firearm, and then they send you your actual card, your license, and then you can go into any store or anywhere at all in the country and turn around and purchase a firearm. Like even our bow, even for bow license, like there's a license even for a bow. If you're using bow or crossbow, it's a separate license again. So I guess when I said that there's 3, we actually have 4 because you need one for bow as well.
You see, that's where the strict constitutionalists or Second Amendment people come in and say, I have a license. It's called the Second Amendment.
Right. And that's kind of what I was curious about. And that's what I was asking, because where I've seen on the news and stuff a lot, you know, they've been talking about this whole thing with the, you know, you guys are in for voting for a new president or whatever, and this one wants to take away the Second Amendment, and other people, and I've seen even on YouTube people talking about, you know, trying to take the guns away. That's why I was kind of confused. I was just curious, like, what it is. Like, is the Second Amendment, is all the Second Amendment is basically stating that every U.S. citizen has the right to bear arms, and then is it each state, being a republic, that turns around and says, like, you can open carry or conceal carry, or you can only have 10 rounds, and this one says you can have, you know, unlimited or whatever, how that works.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy there. It's pretty dadgum self-explanatory. It says, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The right to do this shall not be infringed. It's not like there's stipulations or anything on it. But that just goes to show you, getting the corporations got enough money, they can make anything they want to. Period. Right. And they keep saying, well, it's the people allow it. No, the people don't allow it. The people didn't vote for that. No, nobody, I would say within the large percent, nobody voted to sit there and say we don't want guns anymore. You haven't heard it.
They get the fear going. They get people, oh, we need to pass more laws. We need to pass more laws. They then give that power over to the state governments then to pass these laws. It's the same thing Obama's trying to do now. You know, then he can say, well, I didn't do it. The people did it. This is what the people wanted. The people hollered for it.
I'm really back, guys. I'm gonna run quick.
That is a bald-faced lie. The people didn't do that.
No, but that's how he plays it.
Yeah, and I mean,
like, if you didn't know, gun violence is at an all-time low. Like, even from the 60s or the 90s, it's at an all-time low.
But they won't bring that factor into the equation. They won't bring that out forward. The fact that there's more gun owners and a lot less crime now, they won't bring that fact down here.
And they forget that people use guns to hunt.
Yes. I got a question. Why is there never a mass shooting at a gun show?
That's true.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, you know, it's just like Chicago is one of the strictest cities in the nation with gun control, and yet they've got the highest murder rate.
And that's one thing that I'm kind of get into the, I don't know, I guess it's a pet peeve of mine, is when they're talking about knives. And I'm talking about a lot of my buddies out here on YouTube, you know, they're talking about knives left and right. But they portray that knife as a weapon. A knife tool.
Not a tool, exactly.
Cutting.
So if you have a knife that has that design bleeder in there that's actually going to stab somebody and cause them to bleed, or whatever the case may be for self-defense, that may be an okay thing to know. But every time you go out there and you say, this knife right here, it's, you know, it's a defense knife. It's to defend myself. And that's what fuels these people. So once they take the guns, they're going after your knives next. They need to be careful. A gun is a tool.
Yeah.
A knife is a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like my father used to turn around and say his favorite whole saying was, and he used to teach the hunter safety and the FAC and all that stuff. He used to say all the time when people said that, oh, well, guns kill. Guns don't kill. People do. Guns are just a tool to turn around and give you, you know, to hunt or do whatever. The same with a knife is the same thing, like you say, absolutely. I mean, we share that in bushcraft, many different knives and stuff that we all use and that we all have. Like, you know, it's a tool, you know. It's longer, it's better for doing this or doing that. It's a tool. It doesn't do, it doesn't kill. It's the person using that tool to kill.
You know, it goes back to just what you're saying there. When a child picks up that gun and it goes off accidentally and kills their older brother, younger sister, whatever the case may be, they like to say, aha, see there, this is why we need stricter gun control. Well, at the same time, they can say, well, if they pick a knife up, the knife doesn't go off by accident.
No.
Well, here's my reply to that. That same child that you left your loaded weapon with,
yeah,
is the same child you probably left in a running motorized vehicle that can easily cut that thing into drive.
Yeah, and never turned around and showed them or taught them, you know, respect of it as they were growing up.
Exactly. They use poor examples to represent these crimes.
Yeah.
Everybody knows there's going to be murders.
Yep.
You cannot stop the insane.
No.
And they want to make this claim. I was temporarily insane when I killed my wife. Well, if you kill anybody, you're insane to begin with. So I hear this thing about insane to begin with.
We're married.
But I mean,
we're all insane to a part.
It's like they're always making excuses and wanting to put the blame on everybody except the actual individual that did the dirty deed.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. We get that here too all the time. It's the same way. I mean, they're always, you know, the same thing like you're saying. They'll jump on it. See, you know, this is why we're going to have these gun laws and blah blah blah. But yet, it's once again, it's not. Our biggest thing was, and I know when my father was alive, a prime example. One of the biggest arguments that we used to laugh at all the time was that, you know, as hunters and stuff like that, when they put in the registry for a while, where we had to register all our long guns and everything else, like shotguns and hunting rifles and stuff, because they were saying about the crime rate and this, that, and everything else. But when you looked at the news and you looked at what people were being shot with, they were being shot with like, you know, Mac 9s and Mac 10s and all these weapons that you can't even purchase in Canada from any store.
Exactly.
So obviously they were on the black market, and this is where they were buying them. It's like you know, nobody was shot with a Remington 30-06 in downtown Toronto.
The reality is, no one's going to register for a gun, get a background check, and then go and kill somebody with it. Like, who does that? Who does that? It's criminals are going to get guns no matter what, even if it's against the law.
No, when we pass these laws, these criminals are going to understand, and they're going to go turn their guns in.
Yeah. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Here's my gun. Take it.
Well, the best one is I remember going back to what my father used to say all the time too. Look at back in the days of prohibition, when they outlawed alcohol. How many clubs and stuff went underground, and you know,
exactly.
No matter what you do, no matter how you change the law.
There's so many clubs. There's so many clubs in my area. I live in Rhode Island, and I live downtown's like 20 minutes away. There's so many clubs that just pay the cops off, and they sell drugs all throughout the night. After 2 o'clock, alcohol stops, the drugs come out.
These same individuals,
Pay up the cops.
these same individuals that are promoting this anti-gun thing are the very ones hiring people to tote guns to protect them.
Right.
Yeah.
So why not take the guns away from our military? There would be no more wars.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Them to defend themselves with words, not weapons.
That's like me trying to say, "Excuse me, Mr. Murderer, you can't shoot me with that gun." Hey, that's illegal.
You better stop that before the law stops you.
Shame, shame. Hold on, let me call 911 right quick. Let me get the popo here before you pull the trigger. Hold on.
Just wait 15 minutes. It'll be here anyway.
I'll be right back. Where's the phone, Margaret?
Yeah, if they're gonna take, if they're gonna take guns, they may as well turn around and pass the law across the world and make it like that new show that's on AMC, that Enter the Badlands.
What would be cool though, and I envision it so perfectly, is to have this thing set up in a very safe and controlled manner. One of these gun activist organizations gets together, and you have a guy with a loaded gun, but it's full of blanks, and nobody else knows except just key people there, and have them pull that gun out and point it like they're actually fixing to kill somebody in there, and nobody in there has a gun. They'll change their mind real quick.
Oh my God. I might have to reenact this. I might have to put a team together to do this. Oh my God. That's amazing. That's an amazing idea.
Ooh, man, I mean, just I was like, for real? This really happened?
Just gotta get people to wake up.
Till you get one that you don't.
When the lead starts flying, your butt puckers real quick.
Well, no, my whole biggest thing is like anything else. I mean, with a firearm, it comes down to obviously common sense, and that's like myself. Like, you know, I have firearms in the house, of course. They're all locked up properly and everything else. But you know, my kids, they know what it is. You know, Cody being 11, you know, my daughter being 8, even the oldest kids, you know, 21 and 18, they've all shot them. All had them on the range. They've all shot them. They all have the respect and understand that they're a tool, not a toy.
But you notice something, you're talking about your kids. They were brought up around it. Okay, you look back a couple generations back. It wasn't unusual to have a firearm in the house, to see one, to use one. There wasn't something strange to them.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely.
And we didn't have the issues we had back then.
Yeah.
It's only the cultures that don't grow up in that atmosphere. Like, I live in the city, and everyone around me, you know, when they use the word gun, it's not for hunting. It's not for, you know, trying to not for hunting, basically. It's a tool to kill someone. And in my area that I'm in, and when someone brings that up and they say that they have it in their house, you know, it's used as a weapon, and that's just the mentality that they have. It's not a tool to get food, you know. It's a tool to kill somebody. It's just how they grow up, just their environment, and it's all about your environment and how you're brought up.
Well, I think you gave the whole key to it too, as well, when you said that you taught your children the safety, the respect, and how to use those guns. That's the whole key. They've been taught. Yeah. Many people are going without being taught nowadays. You know, right. I was raised around guns, you know, even though it was primarily used for food because I was raised in the 4 mountains, the Appalachian Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the food that we ate was wild. But we were taught, you know, to hunt. We were taught to respect firearms. We were taught the safety of the firearms.
Yes.
And there's no one being taught these days.
True.
No, and that's the thing, and I mean that's even starting to die around here too. And you know, I know like with my older boys, a prime example, I had an issue there for a while because I don't know, as a parent, I look it's because of all the video games of today, and you know, Call of Duty and all this stuff, and they're so used to seeing all these different guns. To them, they see it now, they just grab it. It's a toy, and it's like whoa. Like, have you properly, you know, have you made sure that firearm's safe? Well, No, like it's in the house, it should be safe. So they just automatically assume it's like, no, you have, and then walk them through and teach them how to properly check it, and not point it at anything unless you're physically going to shoot and all that kind of stuff.
Oh my
You want to
goodness!
know?
Did anybody notice that Tom Chitwood got shot by Google?
Yeah, he stepped out. He said,
Yeah. I'd like somebody.
You know, my philosophy or my thinking, I can tell you what's wrong. When we grew up, when we did something wrong, we got punished.
Got the living bejesus crap beat the hell out of you.
Yep.
and then your neighbor did
And,
too.
The neighbor, then the mommy and daddy.
And nowadays,
it's against the law.
Yeah, and there was no crap about signing a piece of paper. Can we correct your child at school? Oh no, that was automatic.
Oh yeah, got the strap on the hand. I don't know how many times I got that.
Oh, I had that wooden paddle about 3 feet long with holes drilled in it. Lord have mercy.
My 21-year-old turned around and pulled out when he was 13. Here in we were living in Ontario, and up there they have child services, which is faxed. And he turned around and got flying off at Tara the one night, and then I was talking to him, and he went to go to hit me. So I raised my hand, and I was like, go ahead and make it a good shot. He says, well, go ahead and hit me, and I'll call a fax. I did the typical thing, went and grabbed the cordless phone, gave it to him, and said, start down, I'm going to start beating. And he was like, no, I won't. I was like, yeah, exactly, because you know what's going to happen? Go ahead, you can call fax. It's going to take about 15 minutes to get here. I'm going to beat you for that whole 15 minutes. Then when they take me away and I come back, I'm going to beat you again, and it's going to go on for the rest of your life.
My son tried some
see,
of
and that's
that.
the problem.
Go ahead.
That's the problem. Is nowadays parents are the time out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And back when we were growing up, how many kids were diagnosed with ADHD and stuff? Now I'm not saying some of it's
Never heard
I'm
of
not
it.
saying some of it isn't legit.
No,
but the kids that had it back in our day, they got a spanking and they quit acting that way.
Yeah. It's called being a kid.
Kids nowadays have no concept of consequences for actions.
Yeah.
That's the whole big problem.
Well, my big thing is, I always say all the time, is there's just, because of it, they don't have the respect. Like, I look back now and I think of, when I did something wrong, if it was majorly wrong, I mean, yeah, I got addition from the old man, absolutely. And that's what gave me the respect that I have today for my elders and for everybody else, is because of all that. And then, of course, being in the military and being overseas and everything else. But, yeah, because of that, because of society changing and taking it away, kids today, that's my biggest thing, they just don't have respect anymore.
Right? And then the parents are too afraid to give that respect to their kids. They're too afraid to discipline them because they don't want to be prosecuted by law.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
My boys, when they were growing up, would try to test their oats and, say some things or do some things. And I said, if I would have done that to my dad, I would have been picking myself up off the ground.
Yep.
And my wife says, I wish you wouldn't talk about that. I wish you wouldn't tell him about that. You went through. I said, you know what? It's like you were saying. It taught me respect.
Exactly. That's reality. You have to learn the hard way.
It made me who I am today.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd rather learn it from my parents than from dealing with life.
Yes.
Oh, good. I like that.
Yeah.
You're going to learn it from someone that you can learn to respect than from a random stranger that kicks your ass. You never interact with them again in life.
Yeah.
You ask yourself that question, though. What can parents do nowadays without state or federal government getting involved?
Not get caught.
It's like a lot of the rights of parents. Everything's being watched, nitpicked over, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
And I thought that's what this country was really being based on, was to not allow the government or any type of government to get involved in people's lives as much as they are nowadays. Some government, you know, how do we fund building this street? Where's our water source coming from? That type of thing.
You gotta
Now
go.
they've got every single aspect of every single thing that you can't even. I'm surprised. I really am surprised that they don't charge you a tax for breathing air.
Yeah.
And I'm
2 years. Give it 2 years.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, they're already
back, and I'm not
they already
prosecuting Obama or anything,
already
but it made me
that
realize
one guy.
that anybody who is born here in the United States automatically now owes the government because of this new health law, this health bill. That when you get to an age to where you're legal age and you don't have a job, and if you don't have insurance, you can go to jail.
Yeah, see, that's wild.
Thank God it was
really
affordable.
gets me too, is that how your guys' healthcare, like that's the part that gets me all the time. I feel bad for everybody. The fact of being, you know, now, mind you, I know a lot of people in the U.S. look at us in Canada as being, oh, we have free healthcare. Well, we have free healthcare to a certain point, but I mean, yes, a lot better than what you guys have. But that's just retarded. That a country as large as the U.S. can't turn around and take the money that they spend and put in place a healthcare system that's like Canada.
The healthcare system runs the country.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
They want people to be ill. They want people to have cancer. That's their main source of funding is the medical industry.
Yeah.
Fucking insane.
Now you get fined if you don't have health insurance.
I know. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
like that's crazy.
It was supposed to be called the Affordable Health Care, and it was supposed to help those that cannot get health care. But you take a young couple that can't afford health care, or their job doesn't provide it. Now they tell them, look, you get it or we're going to fine you.
Right.
And now how did they help? And, you know, they sold it as being free. That's how they sold it.
Yeah.
But now these people are
Not
finding,
free.
oh, I have to pay for it. Yeah.
And we're into our second year right now, and the third year they're going to hold out $1,000 out of our income tax if we even have that coming back. And after the third year, from what I understand, if we don't pay that fine, we will go to jail.
Now, Mart, how did that help you? How did that bill?
Nothing. All they did was take my money, that money that was mine, that did not belong to the government, and they gave it to themselves. Again.
This is what we gotta do, brother. This is what we all gotta do. We all gotta learn from Mother Nature. We all gotta learn the wild edibles. We all gotta learn to survive off the land. Help each other, help our community, build our community together. Get to know our neighbors. That's the biggest thing. Get to know our neighbors. Start to build a community, you know, network with people. I know a lot of our neighbors are not going to be all about survival and stuff like that, but we really need to focus on trying to help others around us, because when the shit hits the fan, and it will, we have to be prepared. And I don't want to be the person that has to be the leader of people that are fucking completely, like, not knowledgeable on the outdoors. I want to create a community before this happens that are local to me. You know what I'm saying?
This is
Well,
this is how it all came down. When you got a group of people that got together and said, we're going to form this community, or we're going to form a town, and they said, okay, as a town, we got to have some rules, you know, because we're a community. And that part I don't have a problem with. It's like, okay, where are we going to get our water source from? They said, okay, well, we're going to dig this well. Then you get a couple of people that from the outside come in and join the community, and they say, okay, well, you know, it costs us X amount of dollars to build this well or to dig it, and then put the water lines in. So we've got these new people coming into the community, but they're digging their own wells, and we don't think that's right. We think that they should be forced to have to get water from our well because we invested money in it. And that's where the problems come in, is not only that train of thought, it's now becoming to where it's a corporation, to where the water department is actually making money off of it, your sanitation department. You can't even collect rainwater in certain states.
Yeah.
Fuck wow.
Fuck
that. Their right mind can sit there and say, I've got
You know,
2 or 5 55-gallon drums, and I'm collecting rainwater off the top of my house. How is that going to hurt the environment?
You know, I want to say something to all you YouTubers. If something like that happens to you guys, I want you guys to make 1,000 videos about it and promote it all on YouTube, because I guarantee you this community will promote you 100%, and we will make a change in this government. We will make a change, because people like us, we're here to just live. We're here to just enjoy our lives. We're not here to fucking manipulate people. We're not here for the money or anything like that. We're here to enjoy life, enjoy the outdoors. And if something like that ever happens to any of us, I saw an article one time. Some lady created a garden in her front yard. In her front yard! And she was portrayed by the government. They said that she had to pay these taxes and this taxes because her property was I forget the right terminology that they use, but her property was out of the ordinary. You know, it wasn't satisfying for the community, and that's what she was charged for. And it's completely ridiculous. And if something like this happens to any of us YouTubers, I want you guys to make 1,000 videos about it and promote it all over the world, because I guarantee you guys will. We're gonna make a change. We're gonna make a change. This community is so fucking awesome. You know, I started over a year ago. I started networking with people and just communicating with people. And the people around my community, they just, they don't care about any of this stuff. They don't care about nature. I live in the city, and, I go outside, there's trash all over the place, but I try to hike 2-3 miles into the woods, and finally can find a patch of woods that is clear from trash. But this community is so amazing. We need to change this world. We do.
A lot of them can't see it, though. I mean, they're inside their homes. They're in their own little world in themselves.
Yeah.
And for them to actually get out and see what God has created, to sit there and say, wow, there's more to life than man and the control of money. Because human beings is the only species, as far as I know, that has created this fake thing of money that controls its own species. Dogs don't do it, cats don't do it, crickets don't do it, mountain lions don't do it. Yeah, they eat each other, but that's dog-eat-dog world, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But the fact is that species within themselves don't use money to survive. They have a certain pecking order, maybe.
Yeah.
Human beings like to jump in on this thing like, I've got money, you're going to do what I tell you.
Hey, Eric.
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Mark, you have a valid point right there. Kind of like we do, those of us here in the community and working on the barter system, that was my theory too. Like, when you sent me the Stanley cook kit, it was something I wanted drastically, but couldn't afford to buy it here in Canada because it's so flippin' expensive. So when you sent it to me, that's why I turned on and sent the stuff that I sent to you, even though I didn't have to, and I know I didn't have to, but that's just me. That's the way I work. It's like, one brother does something for me, I want to do something in return. Animals, like you say, if you turn around and look at a pride of the lions, a prime example. The lioness, they go out and hunt, while the males stay and watch the cubs, kind of thing. Like, it works on a barter system. If you really look at it, and other animals, wolves are the same way. So you're absolutely right.
When you take it back to your own individual family, I know that we can sit there and say that we give our kids allowances, but my dad really didn't give us an allowance. It was like this. You got a chore to do. But Daddy, I said, son, do you want to eat tonight? Yeah. You better get it done. And it grew through that. When you did a deed, you got rewarded. In my case, it was a place to sleep and food at night, Yeah. There it was. So I learned through that.
Yeah.
When it comes to the money thing, my mom and dad didn't have a whole lot of money, but they did provide for us.
Yeah.
That got us through and, got us through school and the whole 9 yards. If a family can operate under that type of system, why can't everyone?
Yes.
Government.
Yes.
Why can't they?
Yes.
Well, it comes down to greed as well. Like you talked about, if you point toward the money, it's like here in North Carolina, we've got several different states now that has the medical cannabis. Do I think I'm ever going to see that in North Carolina? No. Why? Because an hour and a half away from me, we have every major drug producer in the world. You know, you got GlaxoSmithKline, Abbott, every one of them. You got Research Triangle Park right here where they test all these drugs. Duke University where they test all that. And it all comes down to the money.
Yeah.
They cannot tax cannabis or figure out how to control the money on it in order to make it legal here.
Yeah.
Right, because it's such a fucking fast-growing plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
the rich keep getting rich and the poor keep getting poor.
and it's going to knock a lot of other things out too. Like you take the hemp plant, how much can you make out of hemp? You've got papers, clothes, everything.
Rope.
It bites into so many industries and you know they're not going to lose that money, so they're not going to let it become legal.
It's because this plant has. It's not because this plant is so amazing. This plant over like 100 to 150 years, this plant has evolved. This plant has. It's not like this plant came out of the woods and someone's growing it now and it's amazing. No, this plant has evolved from producing it over and over and over and over because people know the benefits, even though the government doesn't agree. These people know the benefits of it and they constantly grow it, and it's evolved to such a amazing state that is so beneficial, and the government's not going to allow it. Of course not. You got to grow this plant. It's going to benefit so many people, and the government is not going to allow it. As simple as that. The government is going to lose money. It's not going to happen.
And the funny part is, at one time, you had to grow hemp in the United States.
Mm-hmm. And then that one person that had that right amount of money said, wait a minute, let me write down these numbers. Oh, no, these don't add up. All right, we're stopping that.
Right.
And it's sad. It's sad. It's like we went from a community to helping each other, to growing a community, to building an awesome foundation of people that are going to be so beneficial towards each other. And then it happened where, okay, we're at this state and we're happy here. Okay, these people, let's make them do this to benefit us. And then it went from there. Let's make them do this. Let's make them do that. Let's make them manufacture this. Make them manufacture that. And then let's sit back and just tell them what to do. And that's basically how America is nowadays. It's just a fucking industry of people that are sitting on their throne instructing workers on what to do. And then those workers are so scared to say, I'm not going to do that anymore because they're going to lose their job. And they're going to lose, you know, obviously money controls everything they have. And they're going to lose that, but the reality is you have to understand what makes you happy. You have to find out what makes you happy. Once you understand that, everything else falls into place. And you're not going to be manipulated by these corporations and stuff like that. Because what makes me happy is experiencing life, is experiencing the wilderness. It's basically going out into the woods and seeing something unexpected. Not planning something, just going out into the woods, hiking, and something random happens. A bird flies by that I've never seen before. A plant is there, sitting there, so colorful. I've never witnessed it before, and I'm just like, what the fuck is that? You know, this plant is so amazing, so vibrant in color, and I just have no idea. I'm like, can I eat that? I don't know. Let me go home, take a picture, and research it later.
You'd never found it sitting on your couch.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, I got a question. I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier about community and wanting to show more of what you know and getting people in the city more involved in stuff like that, you know, into the community. And, you know, a lot of us bushcrafters, and then there's also preppers, but a lot of us cross those lines. You know, we bushcraft and prep.
Yep.
Have you looked at hitting it kind of at the angle of prepping, but maybe not call it that? Just like, hey, guys, you know, hey, if something happens here, 7-Eleven's going to be shut down or Quick Shop, whatever, and they're not going to have what we need. For 3 days, do we have food in our house?
Yep.
That's my problem that I run into right now, Lee. I'm actually one of those people. I mean, my channel is all about bushcrafting and everything else, but at the same time, I'm also a huge prepper. With the bug out location, and everything else. Now, my thought on it, and the reason I haven't really gotten into so much of the prepping aspect, on my channel. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this because this is going out live, and who knows who's watching. But a lot of the reason is from a prepper's standpoint, is that I don't put a lot of it on my channel because of the fact of being those that may know my channel that are close to me and know where I am and don't prep. If the SHTIF ever did hit the fan, whose doorstep are they showing up on?
Exactly. All
Right.
my friends like, I'm coming to your house. I'm like, no, you're not. That's if you can get in.
Well, stuff I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Okay, you don't
Just-
have to show. Okay, here's all my stuff I got, because I see people doing that, and I'm going, "Are you serious? Why are you
Yeah.
doing this?" But it's like some guy that lives in the city, and somebody else can say, "Hey, let me show you how you can do a little backyard garden, or or let me show you how to do this little thing that can help you out in this situation." Teaching people to be more self-reliant.
Yeah.
That's
Well, that's
very
part of
good,
mine,
'cause-
and that's part of the stuff. Like I have people that I've talked to about stuff, and kind of that have asked, like, my whole thing on doing the bushcraft thing and on a budget and stuff is that, by all means, on the prepping aspect, we turn around and do it on a budget as well. But I mean, right now, if it was to turn around and hit tonight, I know that I have enough food and water and stuff stockpiled that, I and my family, the four of us in the house are good for, at least 6 to 8 months. That I don't have to go out and have to physically look for food, or I wouldn't have to obtain food. I have that here, as well as at the bug out location. But yeah, it makes it hard, and I'm kind of glad you brought up that point, because that's something that I've been battling right now, and I talk to Cole about all the time too. Is I want to try to incorporate that in my channel, how to do it in a way that can show the skill of this is how you can do it on a budget, but at the same time protect myself so I don't have those people,
You can
if
find
it ever
that.
does happen.
Well, you don't have to show them everything.
Right. You can show the skills.
Show what you want to see.
And show them skills.
Yes.
Yeah, but
That they
afraid
can-
the people that know you personally are gonna, they're gonna understand what you're doing, and something happens, they're gonna come right on your doorstep.
Well, I know I've had the same issue where I've had people already. I mean, even people in my own family, close family, that, have no interest in it. And they don't want to get involved or anything. And I'm like, well, I don't have to, because if anything ever happened, I'm coming to your door. And I'm like, well, good luck, because you know what? I ain't gonna be home. And
You know what? You know what you should do? You should ask them questions. Say, okay, if a natural disaster hit and all electricity was wiped out, what food storage would you have? Maybe you should plan. Maybe you should plan towards that. Start building up canned goods. Buy 2 or 3 canned goods a week and just store them away.
well,
That's
I do that. I do that now because that's
No,
my
I mean-
biggest thing.
I mean, tell your friends that. Tell your neighbors and stuff like that. Like people that want to show up at your doorstep. That's what I did. My sister, I told her, what happens if, don't say it as the shit hits the fan, the economy collapses.
Right.
Saying if a tornado hit and their power was wiped out, try to motivate them. That's what I did for my sister.
Yeah, and
My
that's
sister's like,
that's what my whole thing was that got me into prepping in the first place. It wasn't because of the fact of, a solar flare is going to hit the earth or nuclear war or whatever. It was the fact of where I live, being in the east coast of Canada, sometimes we have some pretty bad storms.
Right.
And I mean, prime example, in 1998 when we had the major ice storm, I know where I was living at downtown, we were without power for 3 months. By the time the hydro company got around to our area to get the hydro poles and stuff back up and everything else because they were knocked out. Yeah, that's my thing. It's just that, in my area where I live in New Brunswick.
maybe that's what you should bring up when you try to make the prepping videos. Like, just talk about the natural disasters, and that's a perfect example. You just got me so inspired by saying that. Like,
yeah,
just going through that experience, you can just say that and then bring that up and then try to inspire other people. Because when I make videos, it's some of the stuff is just stupid shit that I just do whatever. But some of the stuff is like I'm so passionate about, and I just want other people to feel the same experience that I'm going through. And
Yeah.
and when you talk about prepping, people don't realize, people don't think about it. They're too, I don't want to say this, but they're too blinded by society, and they just watch TV and they go home, go to work, go to watch TV and stuff like that, and they can't think for themselves. And then when you actually think about, okay, a natural disaster happens. What am I
Yeah.
gonna do? I lose power. Then what? My refrigerator's out. Okay,
Yeah.
the food in my refrigerator is gone in 2 or 3 days, if that. If it's winter, maybe longer. And then people don't think about that stuff. So just like what I try to do is like I love teaching people stuff, but I don't like telling them stuff. I like asking them questions and getting them to think for themselves.
Well, you
Right.
know, what I came to, there was when I first started getting into all this. You know, you're thinking of the doomsday, running out to the wood. Yeah, there's, you know, the scenario that we all, you know, the shit hits the fan, we're running out to the woods type deal.
Mm-hmm.
But something hit me one day, so I don't really see that happening, and I just came to the conclusion that our survival is probably going to be more learning, excuse me, learning to survive in our own homes.
Mm-hmm.
I think more of like a depression type era. And I don't think that a lot of us are going to be able to survive in our own homes, let alone in the woods.
Yeah.
That's my biggest thing that I get to all the time, Lee, and I look at it, is that if something major did turn around and happen, I mean, because of society and because of the way that it is, you're absolutely right. People, majority of people today don't know how to turn around and survive without the help of, you know, authority or, you know, hospitals and police and grocery stores and all this kind of stuff. So if something did happen, or a major, like you say, like power going out or whatever, they can't function. And that's my thing that I run into all the time and trying to talk to people and, you know, trying to explain, like you say, like going out in the woods. I sit here on YouTube, and that's one of my biggest things I see all the time, and I have a hard time with. As I say to Cole sometimes when him and I are talking about it, is, you know, most of these people you see, and they're out there and they're making these videos and they're putting them up and they're talking about survival and everything else, and there's those of us that have done it, you know, with our fathers since the time we were born, and, you know, have gone through life and done it, and then, you know, joined the military and got training through the military and all this other stuff and the whole bit in survival, and truly could go out in the bush and survive forever without a problem. And there's, you know, the ones that show it all the time. And I think what I'm trying to get at is that's where I have a hard time, is trying to show in my videos or trying to portray that across to my videos, that so that it helps somebody else, if you get what I mean.
Yes.
But not say, like, this is what you need to do. It's kind of put it in their mind so that they watch it and maybe a light bulb comes on and they go, hey, you know what? I don't know as much as what I actually think I know about, you know, being in the bush. That's like this whole thing with bushcraft. Like, yes, we all call it bushcraft, but I mean, in my day growing up, it wasn't called bushcraft. It was you're a woodsman. Like, you know what I mean? Like, never heard of bushcraft.
We call it living.
Yeah, I mean, to me, bushcrafting is, you know, if I turn around and go out, and I've done many times, and even in my video, and I make a bed to sleep on, that's bushcraft.
Yeah.
Or, you know, turn around and make a chair out of a tripod to sit on, that's bushcraft.
Yeah.
But to go out and camp is not bushcrafting. That's being a woodsman. That's building your skills and your knowledge.
Well, now, you take, all right, I'm the relative newbie around here as far as the YouTube channels. And the reason I started cranking mine back up, you know, which I had 2 videos, didn't get no interest, so I've got 1 out now, is the fact that 4 years ago I had a stroke.
Right.
My whole right side is weak, so I have to do everything totally different now than what I did before. Plus, there's nothing out there on YouTube or anywhere else that I can find that has to make that adjustment. So I'm going to show them what I do and ask them the questions. Okay, what would you do in this situation? What can you do differently to make this easier on you? Can you start the fire this way? Normally, by nature, I'm right-handed. Well, my right hand's too weak, so I have to do everything left-handed now. That's a major adjustment.
That would be, yeah, absolutely.
I used to be able to run 22 miles. I can't even walk a mile now.
Right.
You know, so, you know, things will be coming into play like wheelchairs, different things like that. And that's what inspired me is the fact that I keep finding out on my own as far as looking at someone else. So am I reinventing the wheel? No, but am I adopting to the wheel? Yes.
Right.
And I want to be able to show other people how to adopt to that wheel or what they need to think like in order for them to adopt to their wheel. Now, on my first video, I showed my everyday carry. But one of the things I said when I made that video was that was a work in progress. It changed daily depending on my needs.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, and that's what I want people to understand is they've got to adapt to life itself.
Mm-hmm.
No matter whether you're far up north in the snow and in the wilderness or whether you're far down south in the heat. Me, I'm in North Carolina, so I adapt to the things around me. Am I prepared to survive in place? Yes. Am I going to show them everything I got? No.
Yeah, yeah. And see, that's the other thing too, and that makes it hard too, like you're saying about the different areas. Like I know myself, a lot of my dedicated subscribers that I have are from down in the south in the States and stuff like that. And our woods up here are so much different. Like birch trees, prime example. Like I have birch growing everywhere around here. You know, I have spruce growing around all over the place. But you know, down in the States, it's not. Like you know, people talking about pine trees all the time. Like, oh my God, we have nothing like we have pine. It's scarce. It's amazing.
I've got about a 70-footer in my backyard.
Yeah, like to come across the pine forest. In my bug out location, prime example on property, we have 33 acres, and I bet you a whole door down it that we might have 5 pine trees growing on that whole 33 acres of property. And it's like we turn around and baby them and you know do everything possible to try to let them grow to be a half decent size.
Oh, look at the branch!
Well, you
He's
know
holding it on his head. That's Jason.
Look, guys.
Yeah, see, we don't get that one like that.
Well, you know, that's as YouTubers and bushcrafters from Kansas, we get a kick. You know, somebody says, okay, here's how you do it. You go to the woods, you find your birch tree. You don't find the birch, you go over here and you get the fat wood. We go, excuse me, we have no birch, and we are the only state that has no fat wood.
Yeah.
Then what do we do?
Yeah, exactly.
When I try to teach people, I try to focus on the material, not the fibrous material. You don't want to set it on, okay, look for this tree, look for that. You want to look for this material, look for this type of bark, look for something that's fibrous, look for something that's loose, look for something that's saturated. You can tell something is saturated when it's discolored from the grain pattern.
That's why I try to use a lot of cedar and then show how to break the cedar down.
Yeah. Cedar's another good one that we have here too.
Purple, beautiful wood.
Cedar is something I think though that you can find about anywhere. I think that's a common.
Yeah, anywhere where there's water.
It's like too, you know, when it comes to starting a fire. Am I going to use a ferro rod and still strike? Not if I got a big liner with me.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing. You two guys, look at me. I'm striking my ferro rod. Oh, wait a minute. I'm fucking tired. Here's a lighter.
Yeah.
But am I going to know how to use that ferro rod and steel striker? Yes, sir, I am.
Right.
I was just going to say, Jason. Is he like muted or something?
He keeps going in and out. I think he's having some issues.
You there, Jason? Oh, never mind.
He went out a minute ago and then came back in.
Yeah. I was just going to say, he was turning around and showing that the Survival 101 book.
Yeah.
Tell him if he wants to read a really good one, it's the Wilderness Survival by Gregory J. Davenport. I did a review on my channel about that book. It's really good. It's an older one, and that book there, the Wilderness 101, I would actually turn around and bet a hole to a donut that the writer of that based his book off the Wilderness Survival book.
Hey, I see Cole Craven's there in the chat.
Yeah, he's been here in there for a while.
Oh, I must have missed it earlier. I just happened to see that. Sorry about that.
There were times that I could have.
But you know, you was talking about starting a lighter or a fire with a lighter. Buddy of mine that first kind of got me into doing a lot of this stuff. But went over to his house, was having a barbecue type thing, fire pit out in the backyard. And my wife and his wife were all sitting around. I says, "Dear, watch how he's going to start this fire." Before I knew it, he threw some gas on there and threw a match into it. I said, "What?" He says, "I'm making a bonfire." He said, I'm going to start that thing as quick as I can.
Exactly.
Cole's just saying there, Cole Craven was just saying in the chat about 90% of his fires are done with the ferro rod. I can vouch for that. It definitely, I mean,
it's definitely fun.
It is fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a good skill to know if you can't get a hold of a ladder.
Any skills, yeah.
No, it's fun.
I agree.
It's really fun
100%.
collecting your own materials and going out there and just be like, it's a self-motivating thing that happens,
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's the same point. We were talking about the surviving at home, okay? If there's a situation and you're really pressing, you got to start a fire in your backyard to cook you something. You can go out there and figure out how to use a ferro rod and get you something going.
Right.
Your neighbor next door could be sitting there with all the stuff that he needs and not have a clue how to get that fire going. It's like the people in Atlanta that had the dehydration in a snowstorm. They didn't think to melt the snow.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all about knowledge. And the reality is, like, one thing I really think about a lot is, some people have a hard time collecting tinder when it's raining. And then I came to the reality that how much plastic we hold on our body. If you scrape some of that plastic off, that's excellent tinder. Excellent tinder.
Yes.
And just you have plastic everywhere. Everything has plastic, from your cell phone to the lighter to the everything. And you scrape some of that plastic, and it's a perfect.
Even that with the fire skill, I mean, that's something too. Like Cole just turned on, I mentioned in the comment there where he takes a knife and a ferro rod, and that's it, and he knows that he has fire. That's one of the reasons why I like when him and I go out and we do a challenge. When it's raining, and people say, "Oh, I wouldn't go out in the rain." Well, that's the whole point where we like going out when it's raining, because it gives you that challenge.
Test your skill.
Build on your skill to get a fire going. Like
your mental skills too.
Yeah, like him and I have gone up, or even I by myself, and I know him by himself. No matter what the conditions, we know we can get a fire going because of the years of experience in our area. We know what will burn and what won't burn and everything else. Or
what you need to do to process that material.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. For sure.
That's, around here, I love, like I said, my cedar and just the dry prairie grass. If I can find a bunch of dry prairie grass or something I can put up in my pocket long enough to, dry it out, process it down. But to me, that stuff's just like gasoline. It just takes right off.
You can even rub any materials in between your hands. It creates friction.
Yes.
It'll dry it out. It takes a long time, but it'll dry it out. As long as you take your time to process it properly, it'll dry it out.
Exactly.
And it's more about experience. The more time, you don't even have to have, oh, this tree is amazing, this bark is perfect. You have to have the knowledge of, all right, what should I look for? Should I look for something thick and huge and crumbly, or should I look for something small and fibrous? And then once you know the material to look for, it's you can just expand from there. And once you from my experience, what I've done is I went out in the woods not knowing anything about the outdoors, not knowing anything about the trees and the plants around me. I picked something, took a picture of it, processed it down, and I'm like, okay, this kind of lit, but it was pretty horrible. Then I went home and did the research after. Then I was like, I went, grabbed something, I'm like, holy shit, this lit up like crazy. What the hell is this? And I took it home, did the research, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is well known.
Yeah.
I didn't know this, but it takes the experience. Once you have the knowledge of the materials to look for, everything else falls into play.
I like that too.
I'll say this, guy. One thing I learned about watching YouTube videos and everything, and that's one thing I'm very, very proud of, is to be able to have that knowledge in the back of my head.
Yep.
As they say, practice makes perfect. Just don't assume because you saw it, you think you know how to do it. a simple task like the ferro rod and a candle. All right. It ain't that simple. You think
like a bow drill, Mark?
Do what?
Like your experience with a bow drill the first time?
Oh man, look, the bow drill.
Tough.
That tested me.
I don't think it's kind of misleading. I cannot go out in the woods, find the material that I needed right then to make a bow drill, and make it work.
Absolutely.
I cannot do it.
Absolutely.
You know why, Mark? You didn't have a rock.
And I found this piece of wood this day, this piece of wood that day, and I put it together and it worked. Hey, I keep it in my backpack. I have my man-made lighter, bow drill, in my backpack. I'll carry with me everywhere I go.
It does not happen like that. It doesn't happen like that, brother.
Yeah.
I can't wait to find a video that someone went out there, found the wood, processed it down, created a fire. I don't have one yet.
Yeah.
If someone has one, send me the link, because that shit does not happen.
I'll send you a link to that.
Nature creates moisture. Unless you're there for fucking 10 hours a day trying to process that wood down. It doesn't happen. It's hard. It's hard. Unless you're in a really dry area. Not in New England. I'm in New England and everything contains moisture.
Yeah. It's hard. It's a skill that has to be practiced and practiced and practiced.
Yeah.
And know your woods and everything else in order to do it.
Yeah.
My biggest thing, and I haven't done a video on it, and I know Cole has turned around and said it to me many times. But my big thing is if I do a bow drill, is that, you see all these ones that everybody's using, like a spindle like the size of your thumb. I get a spindle that's like, a big ass spindle.
You want someone to create friction?
I'm making friction like wildfire because I want that coal right away. I don't want to sit there and have to woo, woo, woo with this little tiny thing. Like, common knowledge, the bigger it is, the more friction you're going to get, the hotter it's going to get, the quicker you get a coal.
Exactly. I saw something that was very knowledgeable. It was Native Survival, and it was talking about the board. He said it's all about the board thickness. If your board is half an inch thick, that means you need to create a half an inch of dust. If your board is thinner, then you have to create that much dust. It's all about the board. If you can make the board really thin, then you can process that dust, a small amount of dust, and get that dust lit.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the most useful information that I found, and it helped me a lot. I created my first bow drill fire actually in 2015. I spent 7 hours fucking whittling the wood and processing it down and going back and forth, and I was like so determined. I'm like, I'm not leaving here until I do it. Finally, I saw that number, I blew it into flame, and I was like, I'm fucking done, I did it.
I'm still trying to figure out how to get the dowel on the end of a battery-operated drill.
Cordless drill, yeah.
Let me tell you, after that, I fucking bought a lot of lighters.
Yeah. I remember when I first started trying to do the bow drill, me and the Otter Outdoorsman were swapping back and forth videos. We'd get right to that point, we'd get it going, we'd get the ember, and then it'd go out. Or we'd get the ember and try to get it into the bird's nest. We were new at it. We never could get it to take that next step.
Yeah.
And it was so cool when we finally got it, though.
Hey, even a magnifying glass could be tricky.
Oh, yeah.
You see there, guys, Cole Craven's turning on and saying in the chat about if anybody wants to check out the video, he's got Survival Skills bow drill set made with no modern tools, where he actually used rocks that he found to turn on and make his bow drill kit.
Well, I know Cole can do it. I mean, I don't have no problem with that.
He knows it, but Mark knows Lee Ralph can't. Right, Mark?
That's right. Cole Craven can go out there, stick his hand into a hole in the ground and put an apple cobbler pie.
Well, I showed you I couldn't do it.
Yeah. Hey, we did give one heck of a try on that 1-inch ferro rod, though, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
sir.
what you were saying, Charlie, about the drill. If you look at John the MI Woodsman, he does that where he turns on and makes his Maya dust, and he turns around and puts the stick or whatever into the drill, and then uses a pencil sharpener to shave off the shavings. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not.
No, that sounds great. The only thing I've seen anything like that is where they put a toilet brush on it and peel potatoes with it.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't do it with a bow drill, but he did it when he was making his Maya dust, and he turned around and put the fat wood, turned out and carved the end of it to a point that he could stick it in his drill, and then put it in his drill, and then turn around and put it into a pencil sharpener.
All right, Maya dust is officially termed as fat wood being turned into a sawdust type of material, correct?
Basically, yeah.
That is Maya dust.
Yeah.
So if you take any type of wood and you produce a sawdust type of material, which will light very easily, most of them will with a ferro rod, you can't really call that Maya dust, can you?
Well, I guess you could. It's basically what it is. It's just a dust powder that you're using. It's like the chaga that I sent you. You know, after that's all done, and you can't get chaga tea out of it anymore, you can actually dry it out and ground that to a powder, and that'll take a spark as well and give you a coal. Maya dust as well.
But to be politically correct, you cannot call it Maya dust. I'm not saying you can or can't. I'm asking that question because I was corrected on a video I did a while back. I kept calling I had pine fat wood, but I kept calling it cedar because to me it smelled like cedar. I thought it was cedar. After I had opened it up, I said, this looks and smells like cedar. Well, it was a very, very mild fat wood that I was working with. And it lit up and it everything did fine. But if I could take cedar and do this actual cedar and do the same thing, the dust that you build up on your hearthboard with your bow drill or something, before it ignites, and when you build that dust up, can you consider that to be Maya dust?
I would.
That question.
Coltrane says no. He said that wood dust.
That would be just a dust. I mean, I agree. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't offend somebody again, I'll put it that way, by calling any type of wood dust Maya dust.
Did it get a fire, or did it ignite?
Oh, yeah, yeah. But I was actually using a pine board material that is what we call lighter here.
Mm-hmm.
But here what we call, everybody calls it fat wood, we call it lighter. And that goes back to bushcrafting. We called it camping. You know, that was our thing.
I mean,
when you watch shows like Grizzly Adams, when they go out into the wilderness with nothing but an axe and they build a log cabin and their furniture and their whole life out of that axe or using that axe, to me, that is actual bushcraft. You're building stuff with trees.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, people turn around and say, like Cole's saying there now about Maya dust is a given name to the dust of fat wood only. It's actually Maya dust started being used when it was any kind of a wood-based product that had some kind of a resin added to it. Is where the actual, if you research it, that's where the term Maya dust came from. Is that it was any fibrous material that had some kind of accelerant added to it to turn around and give it flame. Hence fat wood, which is absolutely correct.
That process come from the ancient Mayans?
Probably. You know, if you went back far enough, it wouldn't surprise me that that's where it came from.
You know, we all focus on the terminology of things, and the reality is, you know, we know what is what. You know, there's so many explanations for a word. You know, you can say mad, angry, or upset, and like, how do we know the difference between the two? You know, they're all the same fucking thing. And it's just like we have so many definitions for so many words. And
well, that's like my biggest one. My biggest one that I turn around and laugh at all the time is kind of getting on this topic. I've had several times. I don't know if anybody else has had this, but turn around and using a certain knife to turn around and baton a piece of wood. And people are like, "Oh my God, Ed,
don't do that!
You're not supposed to turn around and baton wood with a knife. Like you're supposed to turn around and use an axe or blah blah blah." If you actually go back into history and you research ancient woodsmen who used to turn around and build log cabins and everything else, It was actually a bladed-looking tool that looked like a knife that they turned around and used to turn around and baton wood in half.
It's because it was good metal.
Exactly, but it's the point of being that that's where the idea of batoning came from,
Right,
and it
right.
was done with a bladed tool like a knife.
Yep.
I mean, the
Absolutely.
only difference is the handle actually came off the blade straight up on the end instead of being out like a blade would be, and was used to baton. But over the years, once again in society, you know, you baton wood, you use an axe, and people just got used to seeing that all the time. So then when they see it through with a knife, they're like, "What the
I
hell?"
wonder
Like,
who said, don't use your knife to baton wood, because the reality is, I use my knife to baton wood all the time. And it's such an easy tool to use to process wood. Like, why am I going to take out a solid piece of metal like an axe? That's like, an axe is very heavy to take out on a day hike and stuff like that. To me, it's not worth it. I can take a large knife and it can still process the same amount of wood. I'll have a saw to break down the wood and a knife to process the wood. And that, to me, that is easier than carrying an axe. And I really don't.
I can break that down a little bit further too. I've had somebody just raise all kind of holy Hades because I stuck a cotton ball on the end of my pocket knife and struck it on the sharp side.
Oh no!
And I'm
you
thinking,
just ruined the knife.
I'm like, fool, you're actually batoning wood with your knife, and all I'm doing is trying to use it to strike a cotton ball. Wood, I think wood dulls a knife a lot faster.
Well, you know, it's also like you know, I get in the woods.
My pocket, my utility knife, I use it for everything. If I want to pick my teeth and cut up frog legs, that's what.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not a showpiece. It's not.
If I had a real survival knife, that would be the only knife I had in a survival situation. I would say, yeah, I need to take care of that blade the best I possibly can.
That's the reality.
And I would not use my knife to strike flint or rock on the back of that 90-degree blade, because then I can't use it on my ferro rod no more. I mean, it eats up that 90-degree. It ate this knife up.
There's the name of that tool that I wanted to look up, not to interrupt. It's called a froe, an F-R-O-E. Is the name of it.
It's also used to make shaker shingles.
Yes, absolutely. And basically that's what they did, is they batoned with it. It's a blade that looks like a handle coming off of it.
But, you know, it's like, you know, I'm going to use whatever I've got to baton or make shaker shingles, whatever, you know, and that's like common sense telling me, okay, I'm not going to use this knife to do it. It's just too small. But it works in the situation. Now I'm going to use this one. You better believe it.
But you know, on that, you know, when I first started batoning, I did thing. I'd get into a big old piece of wood because I was trying to go right down the center of the thing, like, you know, I saw people do, and I was using Memoras. Then I learned, you know, if I get off on the edge, I can start whittling away at that piece. I can still baton it.
Oh, so
But
interesting. I gotta write that down.
Instead of just going straight to the center, I just start on the edges and start squaring it off.
Exactly. And you know, that's the biggest
where's
thing.
my notepad?
To turn around and say about batoning, with Cole Craven, I'm going to say this with Cole Craven
so
in the
smart.
chat, is he's turned around and said it many times before, is that batoning is so much safer than turning around and using an axe.
Oh yeah, you miss with that axe.
Very true.
Oh yeah, you miss with the axe and take out, you know, I almost took my thumb off there, almost 2 years ago.
That's my channel name is Stumpy. Stumpy Bushcraft.
101 says this camping in Michigan is all fun and games till somebody loses a wiener. I have a coffee mug that says that.
Yeah. No, it's true, and I mean the knives are so much more easier to use. And safer to use.
I feel like an axe is something for a base camp. It's not something that you're gonna take into the woods and go hiking and build a shelter from. It's something that you're gonna have in a location where you're there to split wood. You know, you have the right materials. You have a solid place to place the log on and smash the wood into pieces, but it's not something that you're going to carry into the woods and go hiking in instead of a base camp. You know, it's something for a homestead location.
Yeah, and that's my thing. Like anytime I go out, I always have my Fiskars X7 hatchet with me all the time. But I mean, even then, I mean, and Cole could turn on and test for that as well. I mean, I don't know how many times we've gone out, and I take it out, and I go to use it, but I always end up falling back to my Schrade SCHF 37 because it works so much better.
I gotta say one thing though. The best part about I have a small hatchet. I got it at Sears. It's a Craftsman hatchet. It's cost me like $15. And really, the only thing I use it for is a hammer. I use the backside as a hammer. That's the best part about it for me.
That's one thing about the small hatchets though, is you don't really have the weight behind it to actually do any splitting.
Right.
Or batoning anyway. You might as well use your knife, and you're better off using the knife. Because you've actually got a long blade where you can get some workability on it there when you're batoning. The knife, the hatchet, once it sticks in, unless you're sitting there pounding on it, you just don't have the weight to drive your axe all the way through.
It's funny that you say that, Mark. It's funny that you say that, Mark, because a prime example was the last time that Wayne and I, actually the second time before the last time Wayne and I were out, prime example was he did the video and he showed with the Jessica X. I mean, we had 4-foot logs, and he was batoning through them with Jessica X without a problem at all. My little Fiskars X7, I wouldn't have been able to baton that with a hatchet. There was no way. Like, I would have had to cut it in little 1-foot pieces. But here with Jessica X, a blade this long, turned around and batoning 4-foot logs. Like, it was funny.
Exactly.
I'm lazy by nature. If I go out there to process some type of wood to start a campfire, I'm going to take a folding saw.
Exactly.
I'm going to cut it into lengths, and then the knife that I've got, if I need to baton it into smaller pieces. And I've got the 2 pieces of kit right there. My neck knife and stuff, I've got a few other knives that I use them for smaller detail work. Now, I know that Cole can probably do everything he needs to, you know, with the Crocodile Dundee Jessica X there. Have small
fingernails with it for crying out loud.
Process game while I cut my frog legs and my meat, you know, and all that kind of stuff with it. But it's just fun. It's fun playing with all the knives, trying to find out what they can do, what their limitations are.
Right.
What works better, because I'm a firm believer, just like there is no one cook pot out there that's going to cook it all.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a knife for every situation out there. You just got to learn how to minimize it just a bit.
Yeah. Like he says, a saw and a knife is pretty much all he needs. You just put in the chat. And that's true.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It don't matter. Yeah, it don't matter what size knife or whatever.
Something happened to me when I bought a saw. I was like, "Holy shit! I'm not sweating as much." I bought a saw. I'm like, this processing one is like 10 times easier. Oh my god.
And even that, I mean, when it comes to the saw, and that's a prime example too. Like I have a Baco saw. And I mean, everybody talks about the Bacos being so great, but you know what? My thing is now, honestly, I think the Baco sucks compared to, like, Wayne has a Silky Boy, the big long. That thing is like.
Shut up! I'm so jealous.
Man, it's like cutting through butter, you know, with a hot knife. It's just you just gotta slowly hang on to it. It cuts itself. Like it's like having a chainsaw.
But you know, you were talking about budget stuff earlier. You know, if a man wants to get started in this, a budget Corona, you know, he can pick up at Lowe's or somewhere. Good little saw. That's what I use.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
love that thing. I love it.
And that's my big, when I first started, I mean, I could go grab it, but when I first started out, I started out with I got it at Canadian Tire, was a Lawn Mate saw that I had, little hand saw. It didn't even fold up for crying out loud, and I paid a couple of bucks for it. And then shortly afterwards, I found one at the dollar store that looked just like it, and I paid like $2 for it, and it worked. I mean, it did the trick, but you know, it took you time, and you got tired or whatever, but it cut, and that's the whole point.
Exactly.
Absolutely, on a budget, it don't matter. Now, it is nice to save a little bit of money and turn around and get those nicer ones that are out there. But even then, you still don't have to spend a fortune. Like
No.
my Baco that I got, you know, I paid what $15 for it from MEC here in Nova Scotia. Ordered it online, and it works great. Like, don't get me wrong, it works awesome. But compared to a Silky Boy, night and day. But I mean, once again, cost is a big difference.
Now we're gonna buy a Silky saw. Look what you did.
Yeah. Oh, the Silky saw. That one, he's got the big boy. That thing. Oh, it's like night and day, man. If I had the money, I'd buy it. I would buy one for sure.
Well, you know, that's the thing I like about watching like a Ranger cooking. Yeah, the man may be 4 cards short of a full day, but what I've seen on his channel, though, you can send him out in the woods there, and he takes just junk and makes it into something usable.
Yes. And that is kind of my point that I try to get to is, yeah, you know, we don't need. I mean, as much as it's nice to have all these tools, you don't actually need them. Like, the whole point for me of going out and building on my skills still after all these years is to be able to do that, you know, go out with not have anything. Like, what if I don't have a knife or I don't have an axe? Can I pick up a stone off the ground and form it into an axe so that I can cut a tree down? Yes, I can. You know, can I build a shelter or do whatever without those tools? You know, yeah, I can. Now, I don't do a lot of it on my channel because of the fact, once again, I feel like I'm just repeating what everybody else is doing all the time. And
You know-
that's where I have a hard time of trying to get to what to do that's a little different or...
I feel like you should focus on what you enjoy, what you want to challenge yourself to do. You know, who cares about what everyone else thinks? Who cares about how popular you look and all that bullshit? You know, focus on what you enjoy and what you want to challenge yourself to do, because that's what I did beginning. In my channel beginning, that's what I did. Nowadays, it's like, all right, what are my viewers going to like? And it's drawing me down a path where I really don't enjoy making videos anymore. You know, I want to make videos about the stuff I enjoy, you know. I'm really getting into learning about wild edibles and wild foods and wild mushrooms and everything like that, and I'm getting back into what I enjoy. So if you want to make videos, I suggest you focus on, don't care about what anybody else thinks or whatever. Just be yourself and focus on what you want to learn, what you want to accomplish yourself.
Exactly, you know, and it's you know, it's like what I'm trying to get started here is the fact that I can't do it like Deranged Survival can do it. I can't do it like Mark. I can't do it like you, but I can do it my way.
Yes.
Exactly.
And I don't have to do it the same way that you do it. You're going to have one way that works for you. I'm going to have one that works for you.
You know, that's one good thing about the little challenges and stuff been floating around here is trying to start a fire one-handed, use your less dominant hand, things like that you don't normally think about, just to see if you can do it. And not just to assume,
You know,
I can do that. No, actually try it.
Yeah.
You take 4 or 5 years ago, I could do probably everything you guys could. No problem. I had a stroke.
That changes
Things
things.
changed. It changed life totally. I have to do everything totally different now. Now, you see me throw my right hand around, but what you don't see is the fine motor skills in the right hand. You know, where you can take an axe and chop like this with a hatchet. I can't do it with this one. It don't work that way.
That's when you get the wife out there and say, chop.
I want to touch. You was talking
Can you
about.
hear me?
Yeah. You was talking about making videos and stuff. You know, sometimes I'll go out and I'll have a vague idea of what I want to do. There's other times I don't have a clue. I go out and I let the video make itself.
Yes. Yes. That's the best videos, brother. You just be yourself and you're out in the woods and that's what people love. It's not about, like, I've learned this from like planning videos. All right, I'm gonna go out there and make a video about this knife and this and that, and then I go out there. I'm like, I'm in the woods. I'm like, look at this bird.
Yes.
Oh my God, look at this view. Look at this rock. It's like once you go out there and you just experience and you share that with people, people love that because it's not something that's plain. You know, it's your raw self. That's what people love. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna write this down right now. Be my raw self. That's what I'm trying to do in my videos now. I'm not trying to get out there and plan a video. You know, maybe I'll have a general idea. Okay, I want to do, you know, make a video about learning about this tree or something. But I'll go out there and just be myself and express that. And that's what people are gonna enjoy. And that's it. That's it. That's all it takes is just be yourself. And it's so simple.
Well, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, it can happen by accident either way you turn around. Take
Exactly.
Mark, for example. He's sitting there 1 minute, everything's normal as possible, and the next minute he's staring at Ranger Cookie in the eyes.
Yeah.
Something's going to happen when Cookie shows up.
Yeah. Well, you know, I've had hours worth of video, and I sat there and looked at it, and some of it, okay, it's teaching a good skill or something, but then I see a little bitty spot of it that's just doing something enjoyable in the woods, or like you said, you see something that you know, a bird or something. I did one, I was out, and it was a heat wave. It was an actual heat wave, and I was going to get water, but on the way to get water, I was so slowed down because of the heat. I was seeing things I usually hike 100 miles an hour past. And so I was getting videos of the little bugs and stuff like that. I got home and I put all that together with a little bit of music, and that was so enjoyable just watching those little things that you pass.
We gotta slow down. We gotta slow down in nature. So many people are like, all right, I'm gonna go hike 10 miles today. I'm gonna go and trek through the forest, and then it's just like, all right, you did that, you're exhausted, you're sweating, you go home, you take off your clothes, you do your laundry.
The whole opportunity of being out there because you're trying to go so fast. Why?
Exactly, you miss everything. It's just like, slow down.
Lazy. I'm not one of those hikers that want to hike 25 miles. You know.
Exactly, brother. Me too, man. Fuck that shit.
I want to go about maybe 30 yards from the vehicle, plop my rear end on the ground. That's where my campfire is going to be, and I'm going to sit there and let nature come to me.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, man. If I don't have to get out of the vehicle, it's even that.
I'd be amazed, and I think it was you, Eric, that actually did this on one of your videos. Right there in your community, you walk beneath off of a bridge or something.
Yep.
And there's a whole little ecosystem there that never would have ever been discovered.
Exactly.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
I showed that ecosystem, and like I said, nature is everywhere. I zoomed in. There was 2 different types of ducks. There was mallard ducks and wood ducks. And I live in the city. Mallard ducks and wood ducks. And it's a small-ass stream. There's fucking trash in the stream. I didn't show that in the footage, but... And then in the background, there was cattails. And there was just a huge ecosystem. And I zoomed out slowly. And then I turned to my left, and I'm on a main street. It was a small bridge. The water was underneath. And it's a whole ecosystem there. And then I live on this street that's like completely opposite of the water. And I see ducks all the time fly overhead, and I have no idea where they go. And then one day I realized they're in this stream, and I walk to work sometimes, and it's right around the corner. I live like half a block from work, and I saw this water, and I just had to film it, and it was just like, and then I put the words in the background, you know. In that moment in time, I was just so in awe, I didn't even know what to say. But it's stuff like that. Like, you don't even realize, people don't even realize, like, nature is around them all the time. People see birds fly past them like it's nothing. Like, okay, it's just a fucking bird in the city. Or pigeons. Pigeons is a big thing for me. People see pigeons all the time, and they're like, it's just a city bird, but the reality is, if they observe their behavior and really look at them and understand, like, their habitat and stuff, and it's just so amazing to me. I don't know. I'm rambling now, but it's just so amazing to me, observing nature and the animals around.
Good.
It is for sure. I mean, that's the cool.
You can sit there and watch a cat hunt a little bird or a little mouse or something out there and just watch its predatory instinct.
Yeah, it's just so amazing. Like, the little things really intrigue me and just make me happy.
Well, you know what I like about that is that you showed that a man doesn't have to go far to enjoy a little bit of nature, a little bit of woods.
Exactly.
You know, even in the city, I have I live just on the outskirts, or still within city limits of our capital city. So, you know, it's a city, it's not a huge one, but yeah, I always think, man, I got to drive so far to the woods. Well, I started looking around. Less than a mile from my house, I had a strip of woods right over on the river, and it was the same thing. It's trashed out, dumped out, people doing all, you know. But I found some nice little areas there, and when I can't get far away, I go over there and just walk through them woods, find me a place to sit, make me a fire, get some coffee going.
Exactly, brother.
You know, I got two highways on either side of me. You know, I'm not far from an industrial area, but I'm in the woods.
Not go.
Lee, you're starting to sound like Wayne. He says that to me all the time. I got a patch of woods in behind my house, and he's always like, "Man, you can go out your back door and do a video. Like, you don't have to go all the way out to the property." Like, and he's right. I do. I probably got about, oh my gosh, I probably in our backwoods. In behind the house is probably about 33 acres of land back there.
Well, here, do this though. Next time, don't go out with your camera. Just take your gear out there and make you a cup of coffee. Just sit and enjoy that, and then next time you go out there, but just go out there the first time and enjoy that piece of land.
Yeah.
That you overlooked before.
Yeah.
It's nice.
One thing I do a lot is write, but I don't really publish it online.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, and that's the truth. I mean, I do. I've got a patch right behind me, and I never go out to it hardly ever. But it's a valid point. I mean, if I go anywhere else because of the fact, we only have the one vehicle, and if the wife's at work and I'm stuck at home, I can't get out. But yeah, I've got a patch of woods right behind me.
I know the same story.
I wish I could show you guys like a aerial footage of my area.
Yeah.
It's like,
I was just gonna say too at the same time, guys, just real quick. I wasn't subbed to you guys on your channel, so I just did that now.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I even got you too, Charlie. I always had Mark.
Mark's the man.
Yeah.
I don't know why, y'all. I don't know why. For some reason, I ended up.
Because you are you. That's it, brother.
You know what, Mark? You turn around and honestly, man, you remind me of the brother I never had, and the brother I wish I had. So,
because you don't.
You fit right in here in the East Coast, that's for sure.
Hell yeah! It's because you don't try to be someone you're not. You're yourself.
I do exactly what I've done all my life, and that is to say, hey, I really don't know what I'm doing, but I'm having fun.
Exactly.
And you know what? That's what this world needs. It needs more people like that, and like us, that are just who we are, and the way, and don't change for anybody. I guess that's my point. Yes. And that's what I try to do. I'm the same way, I think, on camera as I am in real life. My big thing is trying to get my channel to a point of showing something that doesn't seem like repetitive, if you get what I mean, because I want to be showing skills that do help people. That's what I get out of turning on and doing YouTube. It's just to know that somebody watched something and did something that I did and learned something from it means everything.
I learned something. I learned something going through high school, and I'm 27, so I learned something going through high school. And the reality is, no matter what you do, people are not going to like what you do. There's always going to be some person that puts their input that is negative, no matter what. And it's those people are just. I feel bad for them because they're just there to. I don't even know. I just don't even think about it anymore. There's people that are there to be negative, and it's really pointless for them, but they don't realize it. But you have to express yourself and do what you love, no matter what, regardless of what people think. No matter what you do, there's people gonna be there that disrespect you and just completely obliterate what you say, and you don't just ignore them. That's it.
Good outlook.
No matter what in life, that's gonna happen.
I wish I was that young again, though.
27.
I was 27 again.
I'm growing up.
I'm as old as Mark, for crying out loud, believe it or not.
That was my thing, last year that rabbit scared the crap out of me out there.
I don't know. I think I'm probably the old guy here.
Oh yeah. Well, I know I'm close to Mark's age. I know that.
I'm the young one. I learned from you guys, man. I'm never gonna forget you guys.
Well, how old are you, Lee?
55.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh wow. Let me go grab my cane over there.
He don't have me by much.
Charlie, you probably got us beat, don't you?
No, I'm 52.
Hey, he's got me beat by 9 years.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
No, in fact, I had my stroke and 2 heart attacks before I was 50.
Oh wow.
Well, I'm actually 19 with a full beard, so.
But your hair is so
I'm 24 if I shave off the goatee.
It's a new year, guys. It's a new year.
Yes.
Let's be happy and healthy.
Start going backwards in time.
Let's focus on our passions. You know, I try to inspire as many people as possible. You know, focus on our passions. Try to be happy and healthy. Honestly, to me, being healthy is all about how you think. If you can think positively, you will be healthy. And you know, that's just my honest opinion. And try to focus that, and try to find people that are gonna help you with that.
Mm-hmm.
Well said. Well said.
Life is a tough struggle, but you gotta find people that are gonna help you succeed in life.
Yeah.
Well, another thing too, let's not just try to teach people out here on YouTube or try to share our knowledge. Let's try to put youngsters out there and give them the hands-on, the hands-on training, the experience. Let them actually touch the wood. And
absolutely, get away from the computers.
Amazes me. Well, I can't say nothing, man, because when I leave this computer, I take my freaking cell phone out there trying to record it.
Well, you get in a position like I'm in. I could have got all down about it and said, okay, I'm done for it. And sat back and done nothing. But I can't live that way. I learned real quick, okay, I've got a life to live, and I might as well have fun doing it. I'm going to be sitting at home. I came from an extremely active life as a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everything stopped. So,
right.
Do I sit back and worry about it and feel sorry for myself, or do I get up and go live life? I get up and go live life. But but I've seen so many people out there that don't get up and live life.
I want you to try something, brother. I want you to try something. Set a goal. Set a short-term goal that you want to achieve, like in a month's time or a week's time, and focus on that every single day. Write it down. Like, something for me, what I did is, when I set a goal, I write it down and I have it like next to my phone or something. So when I wake up in the morning, I see it every single day. I just read it on a note card or something. So write a goal that you want to achieve in a week's time or a month's time, and try to wake up to it every single day and look at it. It's really simple as that. Really focus on it, and believe that you're going to achieve this goal. And I guarantee you, it will happen, brother. I guarantee you.
Right there ahead of you. I already do that.
Eric, I like that. Thank you.
That is good. That's a
It
good
is.
idea, Eric.
That's a lesson everyone can learn.
Yeah. That's from a 27-year-old.
Hey guys, from my experience, that this is what has helped me grow. I dealt with people that are treating me like shit, and just force me to do certain things I don't agree with, and dealing with bullshit in life, and then I came to a point where I was like, why do I focus my attention on these people? Why do I spend time with these people? To be accepted, to be this, to be that? And then I stopped. And then I started writing. And I started writing goals I wanted to achieve. And then one day, I had a note card, and I wrote a goal. And I had it with me. Every time I woke up, I looked at that goal and I read it. You can draw a picture or print out a picture or something and just focus on that goal every single day. And if you believe you're going to achieve it, you will. And I guarantee you it will happen. And it's really that simple. It's really that simple. It sounds crazy, right? It sounds like I'm a fucking 27-year-old. Fuck this guy. Who cares? But the reality is, you know, you have to believe in yourself, and you have to be your best motivator, and that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Wise
No,
beyond
it's
your
true, it's
years,
true.
man. Wise beyond your years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
want to push everyone to achieve their goals, you know, because imagine a community of people that, you know, the entire community achieve their goals, and you know, what do you do from there? You know, everyone's fucking achieved their goals, everyone is happy. Then all you can do from there is expand. You know, I want to create a community of people that just love their life, love their environment, love everything, and this is what the bushcraft community has created for me. You know, I don't know anyone that loves the outdoors besides like 2 or 3 people. And, you know, meeting all these bushcraft people that love the outdoors is just amazing for me. And I hope to inspire many of thousands of millions of people.
Well, I mean, my biggest thing is, like I turned on and say, and I believe truly, is that, you know, the term master, there is no such thing as a master.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can turn around and learn. Like, we can all learn new stuff. I know, you know, I've had people turn, oh, you know, you're a master at what you do, and, you know, your skill and everything else, but I have so much that I still want to learn. Like you say, wild edibles. I suck at wild edibles. Like, that's one area I'm very weak in. I know enough that I could survive, but I probably, out of everything in my local area that I can eat, I probably know about 25% of the 100% of the stuff out there that I can eat. So I'm always learning. I mean, we can all learn. None of us are masters.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
even survival.
Yeah.
Even survival professionals don't know everything.
No,
Well,
exactly. Yeah. That's my biggest thing, and I get people saying that to me all the time. Oh, well, Pete, man, you were in the military, you know, you were overseas and everything else, and you were in a survival situation, which is true, and I was, and I survived, and I came home, thank God. But, I mean, that doesn't mean nothing. I just know a little bit more than my next-door neighbor does. But I'm not a master.
Right.
Well, the thing is, too, you adapt it to your situation.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you adapt to what you know to get yourself by in that scenario or whatever. But, you know, it's like I say, for me to turn around and pack up and know the boreal forest the way that I do and survive here, I honestly know right now I could not turn around and go to Mississippi, where Mart is, and go out in the bush and survive on my own. I'd be taken out by a rattlesnake, guaranteed.
He can go out in his own woods and survive.
Well, you know, I get that. I went in the Marine Corps when I was 17, and I was stationed in the middle of the Mojave Desert. And people said, "Well, you must have learned so many skills, you know, that you use in bushcrafting." And I went, totally two different areas. I was in the desert, and you know, there's things that you do learn, but it's not always transferable.
Well, that's like me when I was, you know, the same way with Tour SCR Golf Company here in Canada, and served in the Arctic for 6 months. And people are, oh my God, you know, being so frigid cold and everything up there and the whole bit. But I mean, that was the Arctic. I mean, sure, it helps a bit here to survive in the wintertime, but nowhere's near the same amount of gear and stuff like that, or being overseas in Bosnia and Hugo in '91. I mean, that was very similar to being here, but it was all urban, you know, that I was involved in with Sarajevo Airport and stuff like that. So, you know, it has nothing to do with being out in the middle of the bush 18 miles and, you know, surviving off trees and that and everything else. Like, I had a room to go to every night, but you know, it's definitely different. And that's the thing. A lot of people think because of, you know, oh, we have the skill or you know, military background or survival training or whatever the case may be, that we're masters in our field. And that's my thing I look at is, no, it doesn't make you a master.
You're fucking awesome.
Yeah, you know, we all need to learn. We can all learn from something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will forever be a student. forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, a world life student.
Yep.
But I think that's my biggest thing. I would love to turn around and, my plan is, and kind of, as you were saying, Eric, a goal. My goal that I have set is definitely, I want to get down south to the next, what is it, second Bushcraft Southern Rendezvous.
Okay, Mark, you said it once before.
Yeah.
Set the goal, brother.
How do you properly say that, Mark?
Hang on, I got the wife calling.
Nice excuse.
Probably
Yeah, I was
just have
gonna
to
say
hit
you
the ringer
earlier-
button on the volume.
I was going to say to you, too, earlier, Jason, when you're having problems that are dropping out, you showed that book that you had, the Survival 101.
Bushcraft 101.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
really like that
Bushcraft
book,
Tour 101.
yeah, if you like that book, you should check out Wilderness Survival by Gregory Davenport. You'll find that that book that you have is based off of that book, The Wilderness Survival.
What's his name?
Wilderness Survival by Gregory J. Davenport. If you're, I don't know if you're subscribed to my channel or not, Eric, but it's in my Bushcraft Book Club video. I have a whole bunch of different books that I reviewed. It's actually the first video in that playlist.
I have.
He has two that he did. He has one called Wilderness Survival, and then another one that's called Wilderness Living. The Wilderness Survival is basically like a bushcraft book, and then the Wilderness Living is physically if you were out living in the bush.
So I have. I need your opinion. I don't know how to message you, but I have 4 books by that title.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Wilderness Survival, Survival the Desert. Wilderness Survival, right?
Yeah, Wilderness Survival.
There. I used to work for a book company, so I get a lot of used books for really cheap.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
This one costs $4.
Yeah, you'll find that that the Bushcraft 101 book, and the reason I say that is because if you look at the pictures in the Gregory Davenport, they're the exact same pictures that are in the Bushcraft 101 book that Jason had. And it was written like back, I could go get it, I got it in the closet, I think it was like, it's like the late 70s, early 80s that it was written. And he's, the guy that did it too, he's ex-Air Force and survival trainer worldwide and all these different things. Like, he's got a huge resume.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to sign off here for the night. This has really been enjoyable. I've enjoyed talking to all of you guys and learning with you. And
yeah,
thank you for having me.
Stop
the
broadcast.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me here. So, like I said, I got to get up early. So, Mark, was you saying something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was saying appreciate you coming by, brother.
Oh, I'm honored to be here. Honored to be here. I'm glad you sent me the link. And like I said, I got to get up early, so I need to take this old man to bed.
Look forward to the next one.
Yes, absolutely, Lee. See you on the next one.
Yeah, see you guys.
Now this was actually a test sometime tomorrow.
Yes, we definitely got to do this again tomorrow for sure.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Artist Martin D. Channel, and I'm going to let everybody on the panel say their goodbyes as well. We're going to give it right here.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to bed. No way. Not today.
Gentlemen, it's been a real pleasure having a conversation with y'all tonight. I appreciate the invite.
Yeah.
We'll see y'all tomorrow night. Charlie Rock out.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Same here, guys. This is Peter from FS Bushcraft, East Coast of Canada. Had a blast, Mark. Glad you turned around and sent me the link. I'll definitely be here tomorrow night. All, God bless.
Good night. Where's
Thanks
that
everyone
mic
on the
going?
panel.
Is this tradition? Oh no!